250th anniversary is coming up this weekend, and I love 4th of July, one of my favorite times of the year. I love the 4th of July. When I was a young kid and, in my grandfather's backyard, we'd go out on a boat and all, and we'd go out to Long Island Sound and all. It would be a great time. Uncle Richard, we used to get the fireworks. We'd have lobster dinners. We'd go out and catch all the fish. I loved the 4th of July. It was always a great time in my house around the 4th. And I hope it's going to be a great time for you because we have a good time on the 4th of July, 250th anniversary too, as we head into this weekend. By the way, I'm looking forward to tonight, dude. Team USA, baby. We got an opportunity here. By the way, how'd that game go with England? Because if they get knocked out, England comes back and they win it. Wow. And beat Congo. They were up like a lot in that match. And I thought maybe there was a shot that you could knock England out of this thing here. Germany already gets knocked out. And tonight, you got Team USA, baby. How you doing, man? That's awesome. I hope it's a great night against Bosnia. And by the way, that stupid thing that I saw on the internet with that reporter who was talking about America and everyone got their panties in a bind, that just shows you where we are in our country, man. You can't even do this. Like Eagle fans say this all the time. I hope we kill the Cowboys. Nobody takes that as for fact. It's a euphemism. Hey, I want us to kill that team. But you can't say that when you're on social media, that I don't care where Bosnia is and I don't care anything about them. I only care about Team USA. You talk about snowflakes is right. That is weak, dude. Welcome to the world of sports. People say things like, man, you would never in a million years get away with any of that bullshit that you see on how people have to be politically correct in the Southeastern Conference. They say some of the most obnoxious things to one another. When LSU plays Ole Miss this year, I can't wait. I don't think anybody's going to be too kind to Lane Kiffin. That stuff is so stupid, man. Did you really mean? I did a rant years ago about like how my Canes football team sucked and we're not doing anything. And I said, I don't care what you have to do. Kick him in the balls, take a knife out and stab. I don't care what. And everyone went, oh my God, he's promoting violence and one. Really, you really think I want somebody to go out there and stab somebody? Holy cow. You can't, or put a bounty on somebody. I'm sitting in that whole thing that went down with the bounty that I put on the FSU kid. I was sitting at my breakfast table in my shorts on a Sunday, and FSU had just beaten Miami, and I'm eating a bagel. And everyone's like, oh my God, you're putting a hit on the guy. Who do you think I'm, John Gotti? You can't get away from that. You just can't get away. Anyway, so, hey, man, really looking forward to it. By the way, real quick before we get going here, I got a question asked to me yesterday about Sean Mannion. By the way, if you guys ever want to leave questions and you go over to my X account, you could do that on DMing me and I'll answer them. Hey, hit the like button. Super chats go to the top. We appreciate you being here as everybody's getting ready to go into 4th of July weekend. We will not have a show tomorrow. So this is the last time to get your shots in on Big Sills. It's today. So actually, think about it. You won't get a shot at Big Sills until next Tuesday. No, I'm not working tomorrow and Monday. Tomorrow's Thursday. My bad. I'm a day late and $1 short. Thank you, Kim. Holy cow. CTE kicking. Thank you very much. So Friday and Monday. Yes, Joe. Yeah, Joe said, thank you, Kim. Yes, just to remind Big Sills when it comes to CTE. Tomorrow's Thursday. All right, I'm a day late and $1 short, so thank you, guys. Okay? Okay. Okay, I mean, hey, all good. Thank you, Joe. All right, so we got a show tomorrow. We're all ready to rock and roll. Okay. I heard something on Birds 365 today, and I want to expand on a topic that they brought up. Man, if you're a young assistant coach like Sean Mannion, this ain't the place for you. This ain't the place for you to sharpen your skills. Not if you're a first-time play caller. All the first-time play callers have failed here. Remember something, Shane Steichen was a former offensive coordinator with the Chargers. He had experience. Every single one of the first-year play callers has failed. Has failed. Again, he'll disagree with the facts. Imagine that. He'll disagree with the facts. If you're a young play caller, a Sean Desai, a Brian Johnson, a Kevin Patullo, they've all failed. And the rest of the guys that they've brought in were experienced. But he disagrees with the facts. Right? No, he was not. Chip Kelly was not a first-time play caller. Chip Kelly was a first-time play caller at the NFL level. These guys have never been play callers at any level. Any level. Okay? Any level. Oh, okay. As I said, every single play caller in the Nick Sirianni era that's a first-time play caller has failed. Has failed. Every single one of them. Josh Grizzard was a play caller in Tampa last year as the offensive coordinator. Okay? By the way, I don't give a shit. In the entire Nick Sirianni era, the first-time play caller has failed. He has failed. Now you give another guy an opportunity. Okay? No doubt. Why, Sue? Because most of you can't hear shit when I talk. That's why. No first-time play caller in Philadelphia under the Nick Sirianni era has succeeded. Why will this guy succeed? And for the record, this is not a place for first-time play callers to come to. Okay? This is not the place. How about that? Let's take a look. All the first-time play callers that they've had, coordinators under Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni, defense and offensive play callers in Philly. Who have they been? Okay. So, yeah. Sean Desai, fired. KP, fired. Brian Johnson, fired. Hired coaches that have had positions as coordinator. Vic, experience. Sean, or the coach in Indianapolis has been a coordinator before. Kellen Moore, experience. Shane Steichen in Indianapolis. Every single one of the ones that you have hired has all failed. Seals, to be honest, Brian Johnson was not bad as a play caller. And before here, he was a play caller at Florida. He was a play caller at Florida. Okay, but here in Philadelphia, was he not fired? Was he not fired? Every single play caller that they have hired that has never been a play caller at the NFL level has been fired. And get this, Kyle, they never in any way allow you to be developed. So you don't get a chance to develop. Truth, justice, and the Big Sills way. How you doing? Thank you very much. Hey, Jeff, am I right when I say that? Every single NFL first-time play caller, whether it's defense or offense, has been fired by this organization, which means this. You don't get a chance. This is not a good place if you're a first-time play caller. How are you debating the facts? Well, why is this conducive if you're a first-year guy that's never called plays on the NFL level? That it's a good job. How is it a good job? Every guy's been fired. Every one of them. There's not one guy that you've held back to develop. Is the NFL a developmental league? Sink or swim? Okay. All right. I mean, isn't this funny, though? Let's see. Matthew Stafford's had one play caller, like 3 play callers in his career. Mahomes has had one. Even Brock Purdy's had one. Let's see. Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love, they've been together. I mean, Sills, I agree with what you're saying. I guess Howie's hoping Mannion is the blind squirrel who finds the nut in year 1. That's right. Get this. Okay? And here, Howie also knows he needs to migrate the turnstile at OC. Mitigate, the turnstile at OC. Well, he can't mitigate it. He cannot mitigate it at all whatsoever. It's hit or miss. And if you're a young coach, you're not going to get a chance to succeed. That's the problem. We either do so good, they get a head coaching job elsewhere, or it's a shit show and they get canned. That's exactly right. And get this. That's why always, here's something to think about. Why wouldn't you give yourself a better chance with a guy who's been a play caller? You know, I heard the guys talking today about like what the offense is going to look like and all that other stuff. How can you tell? Every single first-year NFL play caller that you've hired has bombed. Seals, what's the status with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers contract talks for Holden Vita Vea, who wants a new deal now, will impact Jalen Carter's deal? I don't think he's going to get the money that Jeffrey Simmons got. He's not going to get in the 30s. He's making 17.5 now, and he's 32. So I don't believe that he's going to be up in that room, but he may be around 28 million or 30 million. But it's going to be a problem for the Bucs. Mannion was a panic hire. They just leaning into it to save face. They definitely wanted McDaniel, Dable over Mannion. Of course they did. They landed on Mannion because everyone else they wanted didn't want anything to do with the Eagles. Mannion was their first, second, and even third choice. What did you want them to do? I think you're right, dude. I think you're dead right. How about this? What did I want them to do? You couldn't land anybody with experience? There's nobody out there? Why would anyone want to coach under Nick? He will stop the passing game once the quarterback starts struggling, and then he won't take no blame. It's the offense coordinator and then the quarterback's fault. Nick's free. I think they have it by design like that. That's a horrible thing. Gets no worse than that. Dude, yeah, I mean, think about it. If you've never called plays in the NFL and you get a job in Philly, it's a terrible job. They're not going to develop you. If you struggle, they're going to fire you. And by the way, even if you're doing a decent job, like Brian Johnson was, How do you know Brian Johnson wouldn't have turned out to be a hell of a coordinator if you had given him another year? Why was it such a panic fire? You panicked and you blamed him. Is it either blaming the coordinator and not blaming Nick? So every single guy that Nick interviews, he knows that Nick is not going to be the first one to take the bullet. He is. Why would you want that job? My point with Sean Mannion is he's a sacrificial lamb who may turn out to be something great, but the odds are against him. Look at your track record. Look at the track record of the organization that has hired first-year NFL play calling people. Look at it. It's a failure. Still, they're talking about Calais Campbell's mother tragically murdered by her son. Sad news. I sent him a text today, and terrible news. He's truly one of the great Canes of all time, and we feel for the guy and his family. And former Walter Payton Man of the Year, just a super guy, man. And tragedy, no question. Brian Johnson lacked answers for the collapse. That was egregious, and that's why he ain't an OC right now. Okay? So then everything that we thought about him in Philadelphia is true then. Thank you, M. Reyes. Appreciate that. Thank you. You're right. Everything we thought about him being a first-time play caller and him not getting another job, correct. He shouldn't have got the job. You're right. Okay? Watch this. If Brian Johnson was such a great talent at OC, then why hasn't he got an OC job since? Correct. You made a shitty hire. Like you made a shitty hire with Kevin Patullo. Like you made a shitty hire, potentially, with Sean Mannion. You're not wrong. John Gruden was an OC. Would have been better, but Chucky wouldn't work under Nick. I don't think they would want all the collateral damage and the sideshow that comes with him as well. Still, serious question. How much do you think Smitty's going to demand if he has a great season? 35 to 40 million. Why wouldn't he? That's what the top receivers are getting money and getting paid. According to M. Reyes, he was. I didn't think he was that bad. I'd like to have seen him get another opportunity. M. Reyes says he's a shitty hire. Another first-year offensive coordinator. M. Reyes says he's a shitty hire. Kevin Patullo, he said, is a shitty hire. But he now thinks that Sean Mannion will be better. Think about that, RC. So, Reyes says he was a shitty hire. He said that Kevin Patullo was a shitty hire. But Sean Mannion is a great hire. Okay. I thought the collapse was more on the defense. Plus, what happens when you change games with 5 games left. I thought that whole thing was stupid too. Desai was 10-1 when they fired him, and he had beaten some really good football teams. Correct. I thought that was all panic because, once again, Nick didn't have answers. And you know what his answer is? Blame someone else. Hey, everyone. Hope all is well. Please enjoy your day in the show. Stay cool, people. Thank you, Oscar. Appreciate you coming aboard, dude. Isn't that right? Hurts is back. Mannion's here. If they ran more in 23 instead of all the turnovers and the 3 and outs, the defense might not have collapsed. Great take. Yes, sir. Okay. Brian Johnson was hired at Washington after Philly. Yeah, he was the quarterback coach. Put the NFC East in order. Best to last in 26. Giants. Commanders. Eagles and Cowboys. Holding to it, too. Oscar, shout out to Oscar, great guy. And you should see his girl. Great. Great to hear that. Very good. Okay, hang on here. We got to wait for the spammers to go. Appreciate you guys coming aboard. Thank you. We're going to get to the topics here in a second here. No, that was worst to first. I don't expect Devontae to have a dynamic increase in receptions and yards than what he's averaged in his career. He'll get 1,000 to 1,100 yards and 80 catches. Paul, I agree with you. Get this. Mannion still holds NFL experience. He has 0 NFL experience whatsoever as an offensive play caller in this league. And even as a position coach, he has no, get this, Mannion will have the answers. And yet every single guy that I've pointed out, he said that Brian Johnson sucked. He said Sean Desai sucked. He said that Brian Johnson, he sucked. But Mannion, as a first-time play caller, will be great. I mean, the dude you're talking about, that's the dude that go get coffee in the books. Dude, like I said, man, okay? So we hired a substitute teacher? I don't know. I don't know who he is. On July 1? I have no idea who he is. And nor do you. But your track record has shown you, again, listening to Joe and those guys, dude, Philadelphia is not a place for first-year NFL play callers. It's one of the worst places you can be hired to do that job. If you don't have any experience, you have very little chance, no chance of success. I mean, the only guys that have gotten jobs have been guys that know how to use Hurts. Shane Steichen knew how to use him, and Kellen Moore knew how to not use him. Think about that. Everything centric around the two guys that got head coaching jobs. One guy knew how to use him, and one guy knew how not to use him. And Kellen Moore. I pointed out to you, after the first 4 games in 24, Kellen Moore dropped the attempts by 15 attempts per game after the first 4 games. We showed it to you yesterday. He knew how not to use the guy. It was reported coordinators didn't want the job. Yeah, well, none of the experienced guys took the gig. Oh yeah, but of course, what you'll make out of it is they interviewed 18 guys and landed on a guy who's never called to play before. Sure, okay. Believe me, Sills, Sean Mannion will run if he can get another job. He won't want to continue under Nick. Yeah, Nick and Jalen. Sills, and get this. It's not because Jalen Hurts is a bad player. It's because Sean Mannion has never coached a player like, get this too. That's another one. Sean Mannion's never coached a player like Jalen, and he didn't even play like Jalen. What would he know about that skill set of that player unless it was going to install something different? Think about that. What would he know about Jalen's skill when he's never coached it, been around it, or played like that? If you want to use M. Reyes' deal, how would he know how to coach that guy? How would he know? Sills, do these people realize that when you have the title of OC under guys like Reed, Shanahan, LaFleur, and McVay, that they're the ones still actually. Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. Like Eric Bieniemy, he's not the OC in Kansas City. He's not the OC. Lemon, 45 catches, 650 to 700 yards. That'd be a solid start to his career. That would be a great start to his career. Wicks versus the wild card and needs to be in that 65 to 70 catch in the 800 range. Whew. Bro, you've never had 3 wide receivers over 800 yards. Sills, did you hear about Campbell's mother? Yeah, terrible. Yeah, just terrible news. Malik Willis has nothing in common with Hurts other than some running ability. Yes, correct. He was spreading the ball out. And he was spreading the ball out up there. And by the way, I think Malik Willis is a good player. I wouldn't say Malik Willis is a I don't know what Miami's doing with the guy, but, you know, I think he's a stopgap quarterback until they can get up from Tua's dead cap hits. But, I mean, they gave that guy all that money for 422 passing yards last year, 500 the year before. I don't know. I mean, 120 yards rushing, 130. I don't see anything here. But who knows? You know, the Dolphins have been known to really make great personnel decisions. Yeah, right, huh? So as I see Mannion as a foil to Nick's prevent offensive ways. I think Nick is more on the hot seat than Jalen, actually. I don't want Nick to have any part of the offense. I've seen enough. I don't think you're wrong, dude. Nick has no answers to this quarterback. You know what, too? CZ. If Nick had a guy like Phillip Rivers, I'd feel 10 times. I'll tell you this, and I mean this. If Nick had Justin Herbert, Nick Sirianni would be a way better coach at answers to the passing game and to the offense, because that's the guy he's coached. That's a guy with the skill set of his past. The reason why Jalen's all over the board and not really being developed, Jalen Hurts has not been developed as a passing coordinator or a passing quarterback in Philadelphia since Shane left. It's actually regressed and gone the other way. There's no consistency whatsoever. And when you need it, you really can't rely on it if you don't have a great run game. Again, this year, this 2026 season is all going to come down to the running game, dude. If the running game is not back, this thing, and I don't believe it will be, this is an 8-win football team. Seals, this is a little offbeat, but Draymond Green opting out $27 million, and LeBron joins the Warriors. It is possible that LeBron could cover that $26 million under the table to Draymond and keep it quiet. No way. LeBron's not doing that. LeBron's going to Miami, dude. He's going to Miami. That's a great take. Love it. I'm matching great supers today because I feel like it. This dude's the GOAT, Marshall. He is. Hey, Marshall, let me ask my boy here a question. Marsh, do you think Philadelphia is a great place for a first-year NFL play caller in the National Football League? Every single first-year play caller that's in the NFL, that's never called plays in the NFL, has been fired. Okay? Kevin Patullo, Brian Johnson, Sean Desai, he was canned also as a first-time defensive play caller. Do you think this is a great place for a guy like Sean Mannion? How could it be? You have no success at developing inexperienced play callers. The floor spacing between Giannis and Bam is terrible. That's why they need LeBron. If the run game doesn't work, since when has a team with no run game ever made the playoffs and had success? Seals, with him being a slower runner, get this. Let me see. I see this. Watch this. First-year NFL play callers the Eagles have hired: Andy Reid, Doug Peterson, and Chip Kelly. Well, Chip Kelly failed. Doug Peterson was Doug. Let me see before he got here. Let me see where Doug was and what Doug Peterson. Let's take a look at that. Doug Peterson. Let's take a look at old Dougie, what he was. So let's see. So Doug Peterson was the offensive coordinator in Kansas City before he got to Philadelphia. Wrong. Was the play caller. Was the OC, okay? And the head football coach. Okay, so hang on here. Let me see something here. Not in Philadelphia, dude. I said in the Nick Sirianni era. Okay? In the Nick Sirianni era. Are you not listening? Jesus Christ, this guy is so dumb. It is beyond crazy how dumb this guy is. My God. Jesus Christ. And the Knicks, I'm not repeating myself. I've said it enough. Every coach that Nick Sirianni has hired, okay? Every coach that he's hired that's a first-year play caller in the NFL has failed. What are you not getting? And Andy Reid hiring somebody versus Nick hiring somebody. Dude, we'll see you in the second hour, bro. So it's easy to understand that players work in some schemes better than others, of course. Okay? The same is true. And by the way, that's another great take. Doug Peterson did not call plays over Andy Reid. Dude, you know who Doug Peterson was in Kansas City? He was Eric Bieniemy. He was Eric Bieniemy. Seals, Hurts is a slower runner now, with RPOs being officiated strictly. What are the answers with this quarterback that Nick should find? Hey, hold on. Okay. How many people believe that Doug Peterson was calling plays over Andy Reid in Kansas City? Unbelievable. Why does Sills keep trying to shit? Listen, I'm asking a question about Sean Mannion. You guys get so butthurt and emotional. You're like, you need Midol. Honestly, man, you guys are seriously soft. I mean, it's a question that is a fact. You can't outrun the facts. Every time that you have hired a first-time play caller, he has been fired here. Let's do this. Is it factual that every first-year play caller under Nick Sirianni, Nad, is it true in the Nick Sirianni era that every single first-year play caller that has been hired for the NFL has failed? Bob, thank you. That's a fact. You can't debate the facts. And by the way, think about this, Marsh. How much does that affect Jalen Hurts' development? Hiring these stiffs. Those first-year play callers didn't have the autonomy or resume to tell Nick to shut the fuck up. So let's see how this goes with Mannion is my answer. Yeah. Marsh, how much does that affect your boy? That these guys have all failed. But Mannion's going to be a hit without AJ, right? I thought it was a great topic. I'm just expanding on it. Since it's easy to understand the players working some skill. Yes. Sills, Sills, I don't blame you for not having an answer to my what answer? There's no answers with this quarterback. If Jalen lost his legs, he's a bum. If Jalen lost his legs, he's a below average quarterback. Yes. Okay. Petula wouldn't have been fired if AJ didn't do what he did all season long. How about the quarterback? Get this. You know what? I went back and listened to that press conference of Hurts. Jalen, did you call for Verts? No. Then why didn't you audible into a better play? Why didn't you audible into a better play if he didn't call it? So you ran a shitty play knowing it was shitty? Is that right? I went back and listened to that last night. When Hurts was asked the question if he called the 4 verts, and you know what he said? No, I didn't. Well, then why didn't you change the play into a better play? Or did you not know one? How come the quarterback didn't take accountability for saying that I didn't check us into a better play? How come he didn't do that? Jalen Hurts told you at the press conference when he was asked, did you call 4 verts? He goes, no. Okay, well then why didn't you audible into a better play? Pointing fingers. Well, Nad, because he listens to a coach? So wait a minute. Jalen Hurts doesn't go to the line of scrimmage. And if he sees a bad play, he's not smart enough to audible out of a bad play. So he runs shitty plays and he doesn't have control at the line of scrimmage. They're telling him what to do and he doesn't know what to do. There's your problem. And that's why he's late on throws. Get this, Nad. Now we know why he's late on throws. Because no matter if it's a bad play or not, Hurts is going to throw that play no matter what because he doesn't know any options. Think about that. You can't answer that question either. Hurts can develop like Dak did with coaching. Get this again. Think about it for a minute. You can. Here's the answer. Let me ask you the question again. Let's see if you guys got some answers. So when Jalen Hurts at that press conference was asked, did you call 4 verts? He said no. Okay. Well, why didn't the quarterback think there was a better play at the line of scrimmage when he got to the line of scrimmage and saw what the personnel was? Why didn't he audible out of it? Okay. Reyes, why didn't Jalen audible out of it? If it's a clown take, how come he didn't audible out of it? How come he didn't audible out of it? If that wasn't his play and it was a bad play and he said they called it, he must have thought it was a good play too. Is that right? James, the truth is the command. Here, anybody. Nobody will answer the question I see. There's no magical answer to the quarterback declining in athleticism. Nick is the head coach, not a miracle worker. I don't think he had the play, okay? Hold on here. Let's see what he says. Because maybe the coaches saw something in backfield that warranted the call. That's how it works. No, that's not how it works. Maybe the coaches saw something. Bro, when you go to the line of scrimmage and a quarterback, the reason they shut the fucking thing off with 15 seconds left is because the quarterback then will see the multiple movement that the defensive coordinator does so that he has time and autonomy to change the play at the line of scrimmage. That's how it works. Bro, you know so little about football. You're in a different world, dude. That is not how it works. You're telling me that you get to the line of scrimmage, Jalen's going to take what they said on the sidelines. Well, he's just as accountable then. He ran the play. He must not have thought there was a problem with the play. So he went with the play they called. Well, they're all idiots. This is how I know it's coaching in Philly. Why was Hurts a runner-up in 22 with that offense, then get worse every year after that with a different style? Amen, and that's totally true. Wasn't there reports of Hurts going rogue and not following the game plan? Yes, there was, and I heard that. Yeah, they're all at fault, and they're all dumb. Lack of answers, and the quarterback didn't have answers. If the quarterback's just going along with it, that was a microcosm of where he is right now when it comes to reading defenses. Get this, Sean. So you get to the line of scrimmage, and he didn't call the play, but the play, he doesn't see what San Francisco's doing because Robert Saleh has a design coverage and he has also a disguise coverage. Hurts didn't figure that out. That's on the quarterback because he ran the play and Robert Saleh got him because Hurts couldn't figure it out. You listen, everything in that play is exactly where you are now. Get this, like I said, these are not difficult questions. Hey, DFW, can you believe the moaning? I love it. Cry out loud. Quarterback gets to play on the sidelines. Kim, quarterback gets to play on the sidelines. Coordinator's there, Stoutland's there, Nick's there. We're all there sitting there. What do you run on 4th and I think it was what, 11? 4th and 11. And the quarterback gets to play. The quarterback hears the play. He goes, okay. He goes to the huddle. He gets in the huddle. He gets to the line of scrimmage. He looks around the defense. Robert Saleh, at the end of the day, creates a disguised defense to confuse Hurts. They run a forwards thing, whatever it is, and he didn't see it. He didn't audible out of it. He ran the play. Hurts was not capable of reading the defense and what Saleh was doing. And he ran the play, a poor play anyway. A quarterback's responsibility is to get to the line of scrimmage and put your football team in a position to win. Not go along with the crowd. Why do people think Jalen looked lost in RPO in 23? Coaching. No, it was the defense addressed it. By the way, Rasputin, you know one of the things that made Hurts so good in 2022? The decision-making was given to Jalen. When you run RPO, look, snap the ball, run pass option. It's in his hands. The best coordinator that the Eagles have ever had is Jalen Hurts himself. And they've taken the play calling away from him when they took the RPO away. The best that quarterback looked is when he had more control of the offense instead of Nick having more control of it. And when you went with Kellen Moore, Kellen took it out of his hands with 15 less passing attempts. This is not that hard to see. When Hurts had the offense in his hands, Hurts has been the best OC they have because Hurts knows his own skill set. Hurts knew the game was over regardless. He didn't want to cover for Patullo anymore. Seals, for Hurts to see a bad play at the line, he needs to be able to read a defense, which he can't. If he can't read the word poison, you might just drink it. That's exactly what he did. He can't read defenses. And they put him in get this, and Bob, they put him in a position to have to read. Well, Bob, I want you to do me a favor and explain to these people this coming season how many times he's going to be put in a position to make calls under center, where he's going to have to do the same thing he did in that 49er game. Okay? I mean, this goes back to the Joe Krause and John talking about Mannion. How is Mannion going to pull all this together? And all of a sudden, Mannion is going to be different than these other first-year play callers? Did you even watch that game, Sills? At half, AJ effort drops, a fighting on the sidelines, and a horrible play calling to put the game away. Well, that's Nick. That's Nick's responsibility. And that's my problem, AZ, with Nick. That's his house. All that shit has to be addressed by the head coach. That's Nick's responsibility. Fighting on the sidelines, drops, play calling, all of that. That's Nick. He's the leader of that group. That's on the head football coach. The game was lost way before the 4 verts. That's on Nick. Mr. Culture. Why was no one sat Hurts down and dissected defenses with him? And he would have. Yeah. Definitely did not lose that game because of Hurts. Had a terrible game plan. So if Hurts is given a shitty play with the wrong personnel on the field, he can't beat half the defenses he sees if he's getting 0 blitz and he has 1 wide receiver on the field. He's not beating it. That's on Nick then, Jay. Jay, then that's on Nick not having answers. No? And then it goes back to Mannion. All right, Jay, if everything you said is true, that's on Nick, who just hired Mannion. You trust that? You trust that then, Jay. And every first-year play caller that Nick has hired for the Eagles has failed Hurts and the team. Has he not? Get this. It's on the OC who Nick hired, but not on Nick. So if I hire a stiff, that's not my fault. That's, well, the OC's fault. Wait a minute. I thought Nick hired him. So get this. You see what he said here? It's on the OC, not Nick. Nick hired the guy. How's that not on Nick? So wait, Nick doesn't take accountability for the people he puts around Jalen Hurts? That's what Reyes is saying to you. Reyes is saying to you that Nick has no accountability for the shitty coordinators they put around Hurts. Is that what you're saying? Yes, it's on Nick. But when you say part of it is on Hurts, it is part of it on Hurts. He should take responsibility himself, get to the line of scrimmage, and put his football team in a better position. He's got to be able to read a defense eventually, doesn't he? This is a fucking NFL guy. 100% on Nick. By the way, we're going to have Krause in again. I thought he was great last week. We're going to have him at 3:30. And then we're going to have Battle Royale today. So, yes. 100% on Nick, because at some point, any drunk moron knew that Petula was shit at play calling. Okay? But Mannion's better. Right? Another first-year guy will be what? A first-year play caller. By the way, Mannion might really be good, but he's a first-year guy. Just like a first-year player. Not everybody's Cooper DeJean and Q. What are you playing, the law of averages? 3 sucked, and now this one will be good. You've had 3 first-year guys under the Nick Sirianni era that have all bombed. But this guy's the next guy. Nick was 100% at fault for being last in 3 and outs. He's so afraid of tainting his turnover record, he threw games. I mean, dude, end of the day, the quarterback doesn't read defenses well, and the coach doesn't have answers. Dude, I got to tell you. Now, let me ask you this here. Let me go down this lane. You know, I want to read something to you before we get to this one topic. I want to read you this. Hey, Bob, are you in here? Okay. Sills, the West Coast offense requires a quarterback to be able to read and have a feel for where the weak spot is in the defenses. 4th and 11, you ask the quarterback what he wants to run. What is Hurts' number 1 play for down and distance? Correct. That's exactly how it goes. Bob, you're dead right. Get this. When you go over to the sidelines, and get this, coach goes right. A coach will come up to you and go, "It's 4th and 11. What do you want to run? What do you think?" And you know what the quarterback will do? They'll go back all week long on the plays that they practiced all week in preparation in the game plan. And there's going to be 5 plays down there on the goal line that'll be 4th and 11. And they'll sit there and go over those plays, and you practice them. You practice those plays. Okay? I mean, practice them. And he'll feel comfortable with one of those 4 or 5 plays. Right? And then they'll run them. That's what they'll do. That's what you do. Or the coach will be on the sidelines and offer up 5 plays. We got this, this, and this. What do you think? And they'll land on one. Okay? 1 Super Bowl, sure, maybe it's luck. 2 Super Bowls in 4 years. You're telling me a quarterback and coach are both stiffs? Make it make sense. Easily. I'll make it make sense right now. I'll make it make sense right now. Not a problem. I'll make it easily make sense for you. Here's an NFL coach who went 28-2 in his first 2 years in the league and won a Super Bowl and got to 2 NFC championship games in the first 2 years. And in his first 9 years, this guy won 108 ball games and 35 losses and 2 Super Bowls. How many division titles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 division titles in how many years? 1 and 9. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excuse me. In 8 years, this guy won 108 games and 2 Super Bowls and 6 NFC division crowns. And played in how many NFC championship games? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they fired him. And his name is George Seifert. That's easy to make sense. That guy will never have the resume that Seifert has. The guy's 108 in 8 years with 2 Super Bowl wins. And they fired him. That's your boy. Okay? That's your boy. Let's see here. You can't make it make sense, just like you can't make sense of Josh Allen never. Well, that's because you don't understand football, man. It's a team sport. Here, I got one for you here. And Bob, you in here? Because I want to bring this up here. Now, before I get to one other thing, and I'll prove to you one thing, that winning a Super Bowl has no bearing on Jalen Hurts' future in Philly. 0. I'll explain it to you here in a minute. Bob, check this out. So, in the last 3 years, here's who the Eagles have let go. Jalen Phillips, Kenny Gainwell, who was the MVP of the Steelers last year, is now with the Bucs. A.J. Brown, Gardner Johnson in Buffalo, DeAndre Swift in Chicago, T.J. Edwards in Chicago, Isaiah Rodgers in Minnesota, Nakobe Dean in Las Vegas, Josh Sweat in Arizona, and Milton Williams in New England. You know what these guys all have in common? They're all starters. And let's see. Jalen Phillips, who'd you replace him with in the draft? Nolan Smith? Or who? Wait. Oh, no, you went and got a free agent. No, you trade Jonathan Grenard. So you went and traded for Jalen Phillips. Kenny Gainwell. You think Kenny Gainwell, Bob? You think he would fit in this offense? You let your best offensive football player go in A.J. Brown. Who's the replacement for A.J. Brown? Devontae Smith? We're going to find out. Gardner Johnson. Who's your best safety right now? Cooper's going to move over from nickel to safety? Okay, that's an upgrade. Okay. How about DeAndre Swift in this offense? This West Coast offense. Let's see. I'm going to double check here on Isaiah Rodgers. Let me check here and see. You'd have kept Isaiah Rodgers. You could have had him on the other side. You wouldn't have had to sign Tariq Woolen. Let's see here. Depth chart. Let's go down here. Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers, starting corner. By the way, highest rated corners last year. Let me take a look at that. In 2000, highest rated cornerbacks in the NFL in 2026. Who were they? Let's see here. So let's go corners. See where Isaiah was ranked. Let's see here. Let's see here. Quarterbacks. Cornerback rankings. Do me a favor, Kyle. I can't find that list. PFF. Let me go PFF. Where was Isaiah last year? NFL. Let's see here. Witherspoon was number 1. Mike Jackson, Jamal Dean. Let's see here. These are college. Here we go. Typical Eagle fan. Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes. Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. Don't argue with clowns that don't know football. Typical Eagle fan. Jalen Hurts outplayed Pat. Hostetler, Dilfer, and Brad Johnson and Nick Foles all won Super Bowls yet. Still got the boot. So you're absolutely correct when you say that Hurts isn't guaranteed to stay in Philly. Because you win a Super Bowl doesn't mean you're an elite quarterback. Okay? I think Joe's got him. Let's see here. I'd like to know where Isaiah Rodgers, where he ranked. Nick is at fault because he hasn't learned how to create a solid system or even play calls at this point. He's been around enough good coaches to learn. Joe, you got something there on I see him behind the scenes there. Maybe he's doing something else there. But again, so let me read some more here. Read more names. Hey, Bob, you still in here, right? So what do you make of that, Bob? Last 3 years, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Nakobe Dean, Isaiah Rodgers, TJ Edwards, DeAndre Swift, Gardner Johnson, A.J. Brown, Kenny Gainwell, and Jalen Phillips. All starters in the NFL. All 10 of those guys are starters. What do you make of that? Okay. Thanks, dude. Rodgers was 19th best corner last year. Oh, you think that's a better ranking than Tariq Woolen? Thank you, man. Appreciate that. The 19th best corner in pro football last year. You think that would have been pretty cool to keep him for only $7 million? I mean, no? How come you didn't keep Isaiah Rodgers? I mean, why didn't you keep him? Sills, the organization is working their plan and will move anyone they need to move. I'm just saying this. Last 3 years, you got 10 starting guys that you've let walk. And quite frankly, I think some of this is now catching up. Okay, and here's where. Andre Dillard was supposed to end up being one day the replacement for who? Either Lane Johnson or with what? Landon Dickerson. Well, that didn't work out. Nolan Smith was supposed to be the next edge to take over for Brandon Graham. You're 4 free agents in on that. Bryce Huff, Hassan Reddick, Jalen Phillips, and now Jonathan Grenard. 4 dudes have not been able to cover for Nolan Smith. And this is why you're losing guys now. Milton Williams, right now, is the highest paid interior, or one of the highest paid, I think he's 3rd in the NFL. Sweat at 12 sacks. You don't have anybody in the last 4 years that's outplayed him at his position on your team. Have you replaced him? That's right, Blankenship. Thank you very much. That's 11 starters. Reed Blankenship. Hey, Bob, you think they're replacing these guys? You think they're replacing him? Now, the running back was replaced. He was. The edge rushers haven't. You have to go get a trade for him. You're not drafting edge rushers. A.J. Brown? You think Mekhi Lemon is going to replace A.J. Brown? Isaiah Rodgers? You guys haven't drafted a corner since, and by the way, Q is a great draft pick. But on the other side, you let Isaiah go, who's a starter in Minnesota. By the way, what were the Vikings' rankings last year in pass defense? Let me take a look at that. What that Vikings defense was with him on it. And Brian Flores' offense. or defense, excuse me. What was that? See what they were in pass defense as a unit last year. Let's see, defense. See what Minnesota was. I don't know if they were highly. Oh, they were third in total defense. What were they? Oh, they were second in pass defense. So Isaiah Rodgers was on the second pass defense in pro football a year ago? Huh. Wow. Okay. I mean, yeah, he started 15 ball games for them. And he was on the second best pass defense in pro football. You don't think he would have been pretty good at the other side? Instead of going on and getting Tariq Woolen? You let him go. So you had to go free agency and sign someone and give him a one-year deal when you had the guy. Okay? Nakobe Dean, you drafted a guy to replace him because he's too injured. And at safety, you're kind of limited. So we'll see what happens this year. So top two positions on D. Get this. Here. Metrics weren't great, and you signed a guy who was fired in Seattle, and you're telling me he's better. Okay. Sills, the top two positions on D are edge and corner. We don't draft either one well. Q is the first real cornerback Howie has drafted after a decade. When you can't draft them cheap, you need to pay them well. Dude, right. Edge and corner, they struggle at. And Quinion Mitchell is the first. By the way, if you think about it, too, they've really not drafted wide receivers well. Outside of Devontae Smith, who's Howie drafted? You can only kick the can down the road for so long before you run out of road. I'm just bringing this up. These are all 11 of these guys are starters. I disagree. I think DT is more important than edge personally. I don't think you have to have a superior edge to win a Super Bowl. I don't. I don't think you have to have a supreme edge to do that. Okay? Okay? Let's see here. Get by the spammers. Matt Collins, the only dude that's somewhat relevant. Who's that? Okay. Let's see here. Who cares what that dude's doing, man? Stop. Yes, I agree. You've got to. Hurts cooked Minnesota last year. Okay? Deshaun Jackson and Jeremy Maclin were above above average wide receiver. Howie was let me see Deshaun Jackson. What year was his first year? Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson was in 2008. Who was the general manager of the Eagles in 2008? Eagles general manager in 2008. Says Tom Heckert was general manager in 2008. The Philadelphia Eagles GM in 2008 was Tom Heckert. And let's see here. Howie Roseman worked under Heckert as personnel in the personnel department and was also in the Howie didn't draft him. That was Tom Heckert who drafted Deshaun Jackson. So untrue. DT does it move the quarterback off their spot like Edge does. Yeah, but people fear edge more. I mean, people fear up the middle pressure more. Brady struggled with up the middle pressure, as everyone does. Okay? Yeah. It to me, in my opinion, too, was really Andy. Because Andy had a say in a lot of the personnel decisions that was being made in the early part of the Eagles. And Joe Banner was all that stuff too early on. Bandwagon was the whole point of that. Let's see here. Andy drafted D-Max and Macklin. See, I agree. It wasn't Howie Roseman. Howie's never drafted a wide receiver outside of Devontae Smith in his entire time as general manager. They've bombed at it, and they've bombed at edge. That's why all the free agents and trades they make at edge. They can't get that position right. They haven't gotten it right with Nolan Smith. Nolan's not the 30th pick. We let players walk because we've been drafting well. There's a balance when you're building a roster. Okay, I pointed out to you guys, you're not the same roster you were in 22. Okay? You're not. And once again, okay, you're not the same people. The roster has gone the other way since 2022. You have a lesser roster since 2022. I know you don't believe it, but you do. I just pointed this out yesterday to you. Eagles depth chart. Yeah, I mean, like I showed you, just interior-wise. How about this? Across the board. Here was your entire football team that you had in 2022. Going across the front, all the way to your Sam Backer. You had Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Linville Joseph, Javon Hargrave, Josh Sweat, and Hassan Reddick. Your backups were Milton Williams, Jordan Davis, and Adamakin Sue. Your linebackers that year were Edwards, White. Both of them had over 300 tackles combined. And Nakobe Dean was your backup. You're not as deep. They let players walk because they anticipate that their draft replacements will be better. That hasn't worked at edge. Really hasn't worked. Well, we'll see what Mekhi Lemon and what he does this year. Okay? Let's see here. You don't know they were going to be knocked it off. When was the last time we let a first-round DT out of the building? Corey Simon? I forget where Corey went. Where'd he go, to Carolina? I forget where he ended up going. Let's see here. Sills, the roster is still very talented, but clearly it's not as strong depth, and losses AJ and D. Oh, this is the fake guy? Yeah, because this guy makes too much sense. Okay. Let's see here. Watch out, Lemon. Steal your pain pills. We're going to get to him here in a minute. We are. We're going to get to him in a minute here. All right. I just wanted to point that out on all the losses that they've had. So wait a minute. Roster Super Bowl ready. So what happened last year, Spike? You're basically the same team, but minus AJ. And now you're minus AJ and Dean. Other than that, what happened last year? What happened in 2025? Same roster. What happened last year? Super Bowl ready. So get this. Terrible OC and AJ throwing games. Okay. So a bad OC, a first-year play calling OC, and now you're back in the same room with the same guy. Every single first-year play caller, like we go back to the original topic, has failed. And AJ throwing games. Nowhere in there is Jalen Hurts' name. It's so sad to watch these guys. AJ sabotaged the season. No, now acknowledge that. No, he didn't. He sabotaged the season. Oh. Well, then he should have fucking moved him. So I would think the Eagles and Howie are relying on a scheme over individual dominance. Scheme doesn't win you Super Bowls, do. Jimmy's and Joe's do. In 2024, your Jimmy's and Joe's were great. They were just gassed out on offense, and unfortunately, they don't have a quarterback and coach that can work around it. Grenard is an upgrade over Dean. I think you're meaning you think he's better than Josh or Jalen Phillips, because they play two completely different positions. And Lemon is a less distraction, addition by subtraction. So you think a guy who's a less of a distraction, but lesser talent, is going to be more productive. So you're taking the lesser talent over AJ as something that's a good thing for your team. Okay. We're about to find that out. Everyone on offense was bad, just about Goddard. Couldn't block. A quarterback still not progressing. Run game was terrible. We needed a reboot. Well, you didn't reboot, dude. You got the same people coming back with one less guy on offense. Okay? There's no AJ or KP to scapegoat this year. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go to another topic. Joe's going to join us at the bottom of the hour here. And also, Battle Royale today at 4:30. How you doing? All right. So, another good conversation. Joe had a good conversation. I forget who was with. I think it was the radio host guy that was on with him. And I heard something, and I kind of thought about it for a second, and I said the same thing. What does Jalen Hurts have to do to earn a contract extension in 26? And I think it's going to shock most of you. It's got nothing to do with winning and losing. Because if that was the case, if winning and losing was a priority, they'd keep doing what they were doing. Wouldn't they? If winning was so important to the Eagles, wouldn't you keep doing what you're doing? And I love when people go, well, we were becoming too predictable. Well, so you go completely opposite of what you did? Instead of not remotely kind of adjust on some of the great things that you have accomplished? Instead, you're kind of flipping it upside down. Sills, when you were at Miami, did Butch Davis build the defense around you and Jerome? Not the system. They built it around us. They simplified it. Dude, we didn't blitz because we had 60 sacks in 12 games. We didn't have to blitz. Our front four got home. And by the way, for the record, Google it. My defensive line is ranked as the greatest defensive line in Miami Hurricane history. Okay? Here, let me give you this. Let me show you this. I think you'll dig this. The greatest D line in Miami Hurricane history. Okay? Watch this. I think you'll appreciate this. Best defensive line in Miami Hurricane history. Here it is. Okay. Defensive line. Line. Here we go. Yep, here it is. Right here. Let's see here. State of the U. Of the U. Think you'll love this. Here it is right here. The greatest position rooms in Canes history. The 1986 defensive line. They had a contest with the Miami Herald, and they asked everybody. What they said was the greatest defensive line in Miami Hurricane history, and that was the 86 line. On that line, they had this guy, Jerome Brown, Danny Stubbs, myself, of course, Jerome Brown, and Bill Hawkins, all first-round draft choices. And I had a first-round deal. We were all first-round draft choices. So our line is considered the greatest O-line, the greatest defensive line in school history. Hold on. I don't think I read that. I got to go back here. Cal. Yeah, yes, I did read that. Jalen has to make the right decisions to progress in his reads, and he'll get an extension. It's not about stats. It's all about winning. It's not about winning. If it was about winning, CZ, they would stick to what they were doing. They would stick to what they were doing. I think it's got to look better. I think he's got to show he could throw for $4,000. I think he's got to show that, again, that he could throw for 30 touchdowns. Because if it's about winning, they would have stuck to what they were doing. Seals, do you have an instance of where you called your own play over Butch Davis? Or did you always trust your coach and his analysis? That's a great question. What Butch and Jerome and I would do if we felt like we were going to do something and hit a gap, we would turn around and look at our linebackers, and what we would say is we would come out of the scheme and we would go, the gap is too big. The gap is too big. I'm taking it. And we would go off script. If we thought that there was something that we could throw the play off, as long as everybody communicated, our coaches never had a problem with us changing the play out there. And we did often. So, yeah, we changed our play. If there was a big gap between the center and guard, I'd look over at Jerome, or he would do the same to me. And I would come behind and make sure that I'd at least played the two gap to get his backside so that there wasn't a gigantic lane in the middle and that we had a linebacker in one lane also, so that in case we got caught and Jerome was wrong, that we would all had each other's back. This was all about communicating, though. So to change a play, you've got to communicate with your D-line and your linebackers. You just don't do this. Well, let me change the play and not tell anybody. Then nobody knows where the hell you're going. Okay. You traded one of your best players away, think you're going to be better. I hate to tell you, even with AJ, your offense was stale. Just imagine what it's going to be without him. So the conclusion is the league is trending that the dual quarterback threat is almost extinct. This is why Howie made the change. Okay? All right. Okay. I happen to agree with James here. It's about taking lesser talent and rising the bar, not giving him 60 plus for 100 damn yards. Here's what I think Jalen has to do to get a contract extension. I think he has to, in my opinion, I think he has to show he could play in today's NFL passing game on a consistent basis. I don't think it has anything to do with wins. Nothing to do with wins. I think if he shows that he can play in this new passing game and they win 8 games and those guys go out and he throws for 4,300 yards and 37 touchdowns, I think he gets a contract extension. If he does the same old and they revert back to what they did, he's out. It defeated the purpose of all the shit they did then. It's almost like, quite frankly, this is on Hurts to show he can play in today's NFL passing game, which he has not done yet. I don't know, man. Without the element of running, Dannon, without the element of running, okay? I don't know. Sills is being unrealistic. The Eagles know who Jalen is. And 4K and 30 TDs isn't who he is. He's never been that. Okay, do you know what Joe Krause says? And what last time he was on, he was right. Well, then why are you changing? If you know who he is and you know what he is, hey, I'll tell you what, if I knew that this guy needed this or this or this to be great, why would I try to give him something else that he's never drank before to go, hey, this is going to help you run a marathon. I've never taken it. I don't know anything about it. Well, try it anyway. And you're like, wait a minute. I want to go with the things I know that help me get to the distance that I need. Why are you asking me to do and take a different route? If I know how to drive to the grocery store and I got my own set route, why are you asking me to take a different route? So I could potentially get lost. That just doesn't make sense. By the way, Battle Royale will be with us here. And I'll tell you what, the last time Big Joe Krause was on the show here, man, I thought he killed it here. And I thought he did a great job. And I thought their conversation today with Mike Gill was pretty good. And I really enjoyed it here. And let's bring him up here with us now and get Big Joe's thoughts in here on what we're saying here. Joe, I was listening to your show this morning here, and I was listening to you talk to Mike Gill, and I was listening to you talk to some guys. So help me out here on this, Sean Mannion. Do you believe that the Philadelphia Eagles is a great place for a first-year play caller? Do you think this is a conducive place for a guy to learn how to be a play caller here in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts and with Nick Sirianni?
I'll answer your question in just a second, but I just wanted to say, by the way, you were so damn excited that there's no show on Friday or Monday.
I was.
I mean, you were so freaking excited about it.
We never take days off around here. This is like Belichick.
You rolled it into Thursday. And for anybody that was on at the start of Birds 365, I actually had to correct myself because word came down from Italy that we're off on Friday and the show and the shows are off on Monday. And as I've said through this entire 2-week sit-in, not a Jalen Carter sit-in, but a Joe Krause sit-in, that it's Zander's world. I'm just living in it.
I get it. Let me start it out here though with this one here. How have you enjoyed getting back in the saddle again, doing it like, Monday through Friday, and not just the hits, because those hits are great with the Phillies, because I watch them as well. How's it been throwing topics around again and like going around and listening to people, taking some of their thoughts, and you and John going back and forth and bantering? How's it been?
Well, it's two different. It is completely. It's two different personalities in two different environments. You are your own big personality, and I say well-deserved and well-earned personality. With the credibility to be able to say what you say, whether you agree with it or not. And John is, the pragmatic, schooled journalist, who processes things differently at times. And I don't say this with disrespect, perhaps thinks he might be the smartest person in the room, and he's not the smartest person in the room. And that's not a negative on John. That's part of what makes John so good, as a reporter. But it's really been an interesting dynamic. I will tell you this, the one constant that I've enjoyed is the engagement of JAKIB Nation that exist in both Birds 365 and the National Football Show. Sometimes it's a world in the chat that is outside of what's being talked about on the channel, and then other times it's real engagement. But I do
it's a community. It's a community that we're building here, Joe.
Absolutely,
it's a community. That to me is like, and one of the cool things that I'll say, and I say it again, and I think people sometimes they get kind of sideways, and I've learned to really love covering the Eagles. But listen, man, I didn't grow up, and I'm not going to lie and go, I was an Eagle fan. I'm not. I was a Giant fan growing up because my uncle played there, and they were in the New York area. But what I do love is, boy, I'll tell you what, man, it is one of the greatest fan bases that I have ever spoken to in all my years in broadcasting, because I'll tell you what, there is a passionate way of how you see things, and some people can't be reasoned with, which is cool, which is okay. Some people don't want to hear it. Some people will be engaged. Some people are like me. They only want the best. It really is truly one of the best sports fan bases that I've spoken to in my entire 36 years broadcasting. And of all my shows, I enjoy it the most.
Well, and I think you come to the market not only as an incredibly successful talent, but you also are now talking in a football town where football. You know the ins and outs of football. You know what it means to be in a room with your fellow mates. You know what it is and what it means when a quarterback doesn't perform. You understand, some of that internal stuff that we just can't ever grasp. We can form an opinion based on what we see, but you can take it to another layer and another level, and you're also not afraid to call out what you see, whether people agree with it or not. By the way, I don't agree with a lot of what you believe, but I come at it from a position of respect and try and look at where you're coming from. But I'll never be able to replace the fact that you played at such a high level and were influenced by a tremendous amount of great football people. So when you have that, that's pretty significant in terms of the credibility column.
I'm very lucky.
Yeah, it's one thing to have an opinion. We're all allowed to have it. And by the way, my opinion ranks at the bottom compared to everyone else on the channel.
You know what, though, Joe? I'll say this. I never looked at whether you rank a guy's opinions here or here, because you know what? Sometimes people that have been in a respected market for a long period of time are also very knowledgeable on the ups and downs, how the team rolls, how the team is operated. And so to me, sometimes rolling in, my only problem for me has been is that sometimes I come from a player's perspective of it sometimes, maybe too much, because a fan will come in and go, Sills, why do you always bring up money? Well, if you don't bring up money, then you don't understand how an NFL team is being operated, because it all starts with money. This is how you build a roster. It starts with the economics. And this is why you have one of the best general managers. It just doesn't start with me doing this, because if that was the case, Milton Williams would still be here. Josh Sweat would still be here. Those are economic decisions that Howie had to make to build the roster for tomorrow and for 2 years from now. Howie's not really looking at right now. And I think sometimes fans lose that understanding that, dude, it starts with cash, cap space. It starts with projections. How much money do you want to spend? It starts with hirings of assistant coaches. And I want to go back to that I started it out with. Joe, the reason I asked that question to you, every single first-year head football coach's decision that Nick Sirianni has made when it comes to his coordinators, whether it be Desai, Brian Johnson, Kevin Petullo, and now potentially Sean Mannion, have all bombed. Okay? Do you believe being a first-year play caller, Philadelphia is the prime spot to learn how to be a play caller in your first year?
Here's how I would answer that, and I'll put some context in it. I learned this morning from John McMullen on Birds 365, because the conversation or the topic was Jeff Lurie. And I meant to look this up, and I didn't get a chance to do it. But where do the Eagles rank in the league in turnover of coordinators? Not turnover of coaches, but turnover of coordinators. And what I took from John, and by the way, we can look it up. I didn't have a chance to look it up today. But what I took from John McMullen is that Jeffrey Lurie is making the decisions, or he's heavily involved in decisions when it comes to the coordinators. So I would say Nick Sirianni has not made one decision regarding a coordinator. If John is right, that doesn't mean he hasn't weighed in on promoting Petullo, or it doesn't mean he's weighed in on bringing Mannion in. But those decisions have come down from the top. The personnel decisions on the field and on the roster stop at Howie's desk. And he has the unconditional commitment from the owner to use a blank check to get done what he needs to get done. So that's how I see it. Jeff Lurie gets involved with this team on those decisions. And those decisions have happened now consistently since going back to when Peterson was fired. And a lot of the conversation around Doug being let go, the Super Bowl winning coach Doug Peterson, was that Doug wasn't going to be told who was going to be part of his staff. You had him on. He's been on your show. So Nick doesn't have a choice on who's going to be his offensive coordinator. Perhaps he has the ability to suggest, and again, I'm only giving you my opinion.
No way. I agree with you. I agree 100% with you.
That's what's happening. So to answer your question, when you put it into that perspective, I would say that unless you're a skilled coach like Kellen Moore
and Shane was a previous OC when he was at
and Steichen, I would say that Philadelphia would be your roadmap to becoming the head coach. If you've never lined up and called plays,
right.
or if you've never been in the trenches, then I would say Philadelphia is not your ideal landing spot. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can just look at the list of dead bodies, or the lineup of changes, that has occurred. And I think that's the way you have to look at it.
I want to give and bring this to your attention as well about the coaching staff that you guys were talking about. So Michael Clay is entering his 6th season. I'm not going to do them all here, but Vic Fangio's entering his 3rd season. Sean Mannion's entering his 1st season. Clint Hurt is entering his 2nd season. Let's see here. Casper is entering his 2nd season. My point is that if you go down every single one of these offensive and defensive coaches, there's nobody here past 5 years, 4 years.
There's
and
also
the turnover that you have, not only just in the coordinators, the turnover that you have in position coaches as well, is that the Eagles look at these coaches and these players. I made this list here, Joe, of players that the Eagles have let go, and they're all starters around the league. Jalen Phillips, Kenny Gainwell, A.J. Brown, Gardner Johnson, DeAndre Swift, T.J. Edwards, Isaiah Rodgers, Nakobe Dean, Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, and Reed Blankenship. Those are 11 starters, and you don't really have a lot of coaches. There's an awful lot of turnover in Philadelphia every 2 years, it seems, personnel-wise, and also you have that in your coaching staff. What do you make of that?
Well, I think from a player standpoint, listen, you can't keep everybody and you can't pay everybody. So cap management and the desire to infiltrate a roster with younger talent, I think is part of Howie Roseman's process. I have thought many times that Howie Roseman makes moves just to make moves. But at the end of the day, I think that's what it comes down to. I don't necessarily think that Howie trades away starters with the intention of getting worse. I think there's a valid reason to do it. Now, I wish that Howie Roseman would have said, hey, AJ, we just gave you a contract extension, and I don't care whether you like it or not.
2 years remaining.
Yeah. Get to practice and play, and let's contribute. Because the loss of A.J. Brown puts more pressure now on the stars of the offense to remain consistent. What happened in 2025? The wheels came off in 2025 because of injury to the offensive line. At random times throughout the year, there were a lot of injuries on that offensive line. The snowball effect of that is 2nd and 14, 3rd and 8, and a completely different game plan than what Kevin Patullo was ready to call or execute. And in theory, the same possibility exists today going into the 2026 season. If any one of the 5 starters on the offensive line go down with any sort of serious injury or any sort of injury that is longer, that lasts longer during the bulk of the season. And that's where they're vulnerable. And that's how I see, or where I see the biggest potential failure is on this offense. Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Dallas Goedert, Jalen Hurts. Those are the 4 legs of the Eagles offense, now that A.J. Brown is gone. And the wide receiver room or collection of players who like Dontavian Wicks or Mekhi Lemon being drafted, I'm not ready to put any sort of expectation of success from anyone in the room. That's just the way it's going to be. I mean, and will Devontae Smith have a good year? Yeah, I think he will. Why will Devontae Smith have a great year, even though he's alone on an island and he's the true number one? Devontae Smith's a great football player. Devontae Smith was a great football player when he was at Alabama. He was a great football player when he came into the league. He was a great football player with A.J. Brown, and he'll be a great football player without A.J. Brown. That's what I see. Great players become great in the biggest moments. And so I'm not worried as much about Devontae Smith, but if that line goes down again, and this offense has to come up with an alternative, I don't believe that Howie has done enough to protect the offense and give Mannion a chance. Giving Mannion a chance. By the way, since when is it, and you'd be able to tell me, how many coaches have you been around in your career? Since when is it that offensive coordinators who have never been an offensive coordinator before, who have never been in the heat of the battle, since when is it that there's no runway or learning curve to become a good offensive coordinator? That's why, to answer your original question, the Eagles are not the place to go for your first OC job.
And Joe, here's one of the questions that I would ask Sean Mannion. Okay, so when you're on the sidelines there, let's go to that 4th and 11 and that 4 verts. Say you're in a position, and you will be in a position like that again when the game's on the line. You tell me what you make of this with the quarterback, the head coach, and now the new OC. So last year you had the same dynamic you're going to have this year on the sidelines when you get in 4th and distance. And what game? Last year was a playoff game. You're going to be in that again. So when Jalen Hurts went to the line of scrimmage, remember, he was asked the question. I went back and watched it last night. And he was asked the question, did you call 4 verts? He went, no. Okay. So when he got to the line of scrimmage and he saw the defense that Robert Saleh at the time, who was the D coordinator of the 49ers, had put out there, and they put a disguise coverage out there, and Hurts is there with that play. If it's such a bad play, he didn't see it to audible out of it, to no understanding of what he was looking at, that you were going to be running in to triple coverage. I mean, how do you not see that? Wasn't there anyone on the sideline suggesting other plays? Wasn't there anyone to try to – the quarterback didn't override it? You mean to tell me they called the play and Hurts ran it, but when you got to the line of scrimmage, your quarterback doesn't either have the autonomy to change it or doesn't see the defense? Which is it? It could be both, too.
I remember calling the play in the green zone, and I remember the collaborative huddle in the timeout. And I remember, because I think I made a comment about it, I remember seeing a blank stare and confusion over what to do offensively. So that play was done before he walked up to the line, in my opinion, and didn't have a chance. Now, did Jalen not read it, make a bad play, and not see the coverage? I don't really know. But whatever play was called before he walked up to the line was the wrong call. Why was it the wrong call? Because when they all huddled up collaboratively to come up with what the play was that they were going to run, when they broke huddle to come out and for Jalen to call the play, they had no idea.
But that again comes down to a problem that I have with Nick. Anytime situations like that come up, he has no answers. I mean, you didn't see the answers in 23. You didn't see the answers last year. And what's the one dynamic, Joe, in the building that's in the building is a first-year play caller. You had the guy in 24. The guy in 24, Kellen Moore, had answers because he went, we got to limit the passing game here. Go from 30, 35 passing attempts. We got to cut that down to at least 21, 22 attempts and run the ball more. We've got to effectively use our run game more, and it's effective right now. We need to do that. What did they do? Kellen Moore knew how to not use Hurts and went to. And Shane Steichen knew how to use him. That was the experience that those two dudes knew how to run an offense. That's my concern and why I'm not really high on the team winning a lot of games this year, because I don't know if you're going to have those answers on 4th and 11 again. Well, it's the same dynamic, Joe, that you had a year ago.
And I would say that you're probably right. And by the way, Nick Sirianni is not the head coach that's going to have those answers. Vic Fangio makes decisions on the defensive side of the football because of his tenure in the league and his credibility that he has to do it. He's the perfect coach for the CEO head coach. He's the perfect coach to have. Let him make the decisions. I'll huddle up with him before he installs the game plan, so I'm in the loop. And then I'll puff my chest out and take credit for it. Same thing with Kellen Moore. Nick Sirianni didn't say to Kellen Moore, hey, we got to make a change. We're 2-2 after the first 4. You know, we got to cut. We got to pull back on Jalen. That wasn't Nick Sirianni. So that's why the blank stare, and that's why the offense, even in 25 under Patullo, I would venture to guess, went backwards as the season went along, but still made it to 11 wins in the regular season before getting dumped on by the Niners in the playoffs.
Do you agree with this statement about how this is, again, everyone, when they hear me talking about Jalen, I think it's because these people have coached him so horribly over the last 4 years. Do you not agree with this statement? When Jalen Hurts was in complete control of the offense and decision-making, RPO, watch, snap the ball, run pass option. The guy in the sideline has no say in what Hurts' decision-making is going to be in that moment. Do I hand it? Do I keep it? Do I throw it? That's on the quarterback, his innate ability within seconds to dissect the game that's in front of him. Hurts has been the best OC for Hurts that he has had, because when the game was in his hands, he was a runner-up MVP. My problem with the organization is they've taken that out of his hands, put it on the sidelines and in the press box, and they're trying to make decisions for him. When he was at his best is when he was on the field making his own decisions. When he was RPO, he was a weapon. I'll keep it, I'll run it, I'll throw it. Dude, the offense was 8th in passing. He was a runner-up MVP. And since that 22 season, Joe, they've done more harm in his development. And that's why I'm critical of how it's not really the kid. I think it's the coaching around the kid that has hurt him in his development. You think I'm wrong on that?
Well, I would say from a football perspective, no. I would say Jalen Hurts is the same quarterback today as he was in 22, as he was in 23, as he was in 24. He's the same quarterback, you know.
But the environment around him, they've changed.
They've changed. Yeah. That's a constant. But you would know from the sideline as a player, how does a situation like that impact the talent of the quarterback?
Easily.
That's what's happening. It has nothing to do with whether Jalen's ability is what it's going to be. By the way, and I'm a Jalenite. I love Jalen Hurts. I would build my football team around Jalen Hurts. I'm not a football expert, but I would build my team around him. He's a winner. He's a great athlete. He's a guy that can forget the last play and look ahead to play the next down. He's got the swag. I heard you say, I don't know, what day was it this week? Monday or Tuesday. And I think you were talking to somebody in the chat. If you were to walk into Jalen Hurts' home, he's got the wall.
Yeah.
He's got it. He's got the MVP. He's got the Super Bowl. He's got the NFC Conference Championships. He's done a lot in a little bit of time, given the hands that he has been dealt, which has changed on an annual basis. That's what I would say. It's not like Carson Wentz, who, man, was he an unbelievable gunslinger.
That 2017, Joe, I thought he was the next coming of Brett Favre.
I still have and refuse to get rid of the NFC East blue Carson Wentz Pro Bowl jersey. I was a huge Carson Wentz fan, and he was an example of someone who fell down the ladder because of sustained and multiple injuries, and it just debilitated his game and made him less of the player that he was before that injury. But at one point, oh my! I mean,
hey, Joe, do you know that that's one of the biggest demises in athletes, is being able to manage injuries? Is that all of a sudden when you get hit, sometimes when you get injured or concussed or what have you, the biggest downfall for some guys is mentally.
Oh, sure.
Is because the rehab and all of that, dude. I mean, that's why with Mahomes coming back, Mahomes has not had a significant injury. Remember when Brady blew his knee out in Kansas City in the opener a couple of years back? People were like, how's Brady going to handle rehab? He was by himself, comes back, and he was Brady. You see a lot of guys come back from injuries, and they're just never the same. You asked a question just a couple minutes ago about Hurts, and I'll say this about Sean Mannion and about experienced play calling. Don't you agree? If I've got a play sheet in front of me, and I'll give you Doug Peterson here. So Doug Peterson sitting in the Super Bowl is one of the most iconic moments. Joey was like this. Foles comes walking over to the sidelines. When we were on Philly. And he probably had 5 or 6 plays that he was going to put at the quarterback, and he went, all right. In one of the most critical moments in the game, because you took the lead after that, and you put the team really away with that play, Doug Peterson went, okay. That lies the difference, in my opinion, between a great situational play caller and a positional caller who has no experience. Sean Mannion is not going to do that. Sean Mannion is not going to understand that. He's not going to – Kevin Patullo doesn't know that. An experienced guy's going to go, the quarterback feels confident that he can make that happen. I'm not going confident with what I believe. I'm going confident with what that player believes. A coordinator is there for the player, not him. Sometimes you have coordinators in this league, and Jimmy Johnson has said it, that want to put up big points, big yards because they want a job. My job is to put that quarterback in the best position that they could possibly put that player in. And I don't think these guys have put Jalen Hurts in a position with guys who don't know how to call plays. How in God's name would you be a situational play caller when you've never done it?
Well, and if that fault, and I agree, and if that's the case, then that blame lies on the doorstep of Jeffrey Lurie.
Totally.
If Lurie is involved in the decisions regarding the coordinators, then Lurie takes the heat and the blame for that. And by the way, he can make any decisions that he wants. But to your point earlier, I don't know how many coaches on the staff change over in the last under the Nick Sirianni era. I know the OCs change over, but
position coaches,
there's always personnel change. There's always
but the coaches on that staff, if there's nobody there over 5 years.
5 years is a long time when your OCs are moving in 1 year.
Okay.
You know, and the only reason it's not happening on the defensive side of the football now is because Fangio said, "Hey, I'm not ready to go." The minute Fangio says I'm done, and we know from his press conference, we know that Fangio said, or at least he referenced this upcoming year, and 1 more year. So whether or not that holds true or not, who knows?
I sure hope so. I really do here. I got one last one here for you, Joe. I heard you guys say you guys were talking about Jalen Hurts and his contract extension and how much, because I heard the money $63 million. And I'm sorry, but what does Jalen Hurts have to do to earn another extension? And I'm going to disagree with some of the things that I believe it was Mike Gill that said, because if it's about winning, Joe, why didn't they just stay with what they were doing? It can't be about winning. It's got to be more about playing in today's NFL passing game. Because, Joe, you said it last week. Your benchmark in your bottom floor is 11 wins. You've won 50 games in 4 years and 2 NFC titles. This can't be about winning. It's got to be about playing in today's NFL passing game. Why would you change? You wouldn't change if it was about winning. Because, like I said, your floor is 11 wins. This has got to be more about Hurts playing in today's NFL passing game, which has been in the bottom 10 for 4 of the 5 years. I think it's more about the optics on how he plays. This guy goes for $4,000 and 30 touchdowns, and all of a sudden you see the offense getting better. I think they're going to live with that and give him a contract extension. If they revert back, Joe, after week 6 to what they've done the last couple of years, I don't believe he's got a future in Philly.
Well, if that's what the organization believes, then the organization should act like that's what they believe.
Well, look what they're doing, though, Joe. They brought in Mannion, who's not a run-first guy. He's
that's
a
my
Sean.
point. That's my point.
Yeah.
They let A.J. Brown. They traded away A.J. Brown for a first-round pick that they're not going to get in 27, that they're going to use in 28. Yeah, picks are great, and you need to have them. But there's no way for you to tell me today what that pick is going to be when you get to 28. Now, after the draft in 28, you can go back and outline, well, this trade yielded this and this trade yielded that. And you can, oh, wow, Howie was a genius, man. He must have really saw into the future. But that isn't the case. You've depleted, in some ways, one of the key players in your 5-legged bar stool. So, and that's the only area that I'm really worried about now for 26 is Barkley, Goddard, Devontae, Jalen. Those are your 4 power players. Those are your 4 contributors to success.
Both Jalen's?
What do you mean? Talking about Carter?
Yeah. Both Jalen's you worried about? Like, because Carter has to play big too, right? I mean,
yeah, but I'm not. It doesn't even factor into my mind because the defense, from the defensive side of the football, and I think you proved it in your exercise of comparing the Eagles' defense against every opponent. I saw this, Dan. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. I saw this the other day. Let me see if I can get this up. I saw this. Maybe it was yesterday. It was on X. And it was the top NFL offenses entering into the 2026 season. Now, you've done a really good job of comparing the Eagles defense against their opponents. You did an even better job against comparing the Eagles offense against the opponent's defense. Which after that exercise, I'm like, shit. Sileo says they're going to win 7 or 8 games. I originally said 14. I might be wrong. They might win 15. But somewhere in the middle is the truth. Somewhere in the middle is the truth. How does the Eagles offense match up against what is being projected now, I guess by Ian Cummings, as the top offenses in the league? That's how you have to measure.
What's the full list? We can't see the full list. Can you make it smaller?
I don't know how to do that. That's where I'm at a deficiency from Zander. But let me see if I can pull it. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can do this.
Yeah.
Nah, it's not going to give me the.
Can you scroll up?
Nah, it won't let me scroll. Let me see if it's.
Well, read the top offenses then.
Seattle, the Rams, the Bears, the Patriots, and the Cowboys. That's your top 5 NFL offenses. So how would you compare Hurts and the Eagles to each one of those 5 offenses, the top 5 offenses in the league? Because you can probably say that the Eagles' defense is better or equal to the task against any of the offenses or most of the offenses that are on their 26 schedule. Seattle's there, the Rams are there, Chicago on that Monday night, but Chicago's defense stinks, so I don't know, I think the Eagles are going to win a lot of football games this year in spite of Mannion. And I'm sticking to that. And I'm basing that on what Jalen Hurts has done and what this offense will do if the O-line stays healthy.
See, here's okay. So
let me get rid of
that top 5.
Okay, I'll leave
that top 5 there. Okay, you've got a quarterback who has won a Super Bowl now, and Sam Darnold. You bring in Fleury, you're keeping continuity in the building there. He was the quarterback coach. In Los Angeles, you've got Sean McVay and Stafford. In Chicago, you've got one of the best play callers in the NFL in Ben Johnson, and one of the most electric players in Caleb Williams. In New England, what do you have there? You have one of the greatest offensive coordinators in pro football, and Sean, what's his name? Josh McDaniels. And you've got Drake May, and now you've added A.J. Brown. Dak Prescott is one of the best pocket passers in the game. Brian Schottenheimer showing that he's a pretty good offensive coordinator. So you have the dynamics of coordinator, quarterback, and head coach with those offenses. My opinion, with the Eagle offense, I think the Eagle offense is overrated. And I'll tell you why. Landon Dickerson is limping still. That was Gary Cobb telling me that every practice he's been out there, that he's been limping. How is a new coordinator going to get these guys in position to be successful is going to be still on this date time right now, July 1. I don't have any idea who Sean Mannion is. So me heading in 27 days before training camp, and I don't know who he is, and he's a first-year play caller, well, hell, man, first-year football players struggle. Why wouldn't a play caller struggle? Hurts has got to learn an entirely new under center from the pocket, learning how to play in that system. And then when you take Devontae out of the room, you got dudes in that room now. I think the key for the Eagles, there's 2 dudes. For them to be successful this year, clearly the O-line, but if Goddard can threaten the seam and the hash marks, and Barkley can get efficient and be good in the screen game, getting him in space, How do you help a running back become more effective if the O-line is struggling and injured? Get him in space, Joe.
It's the
Put
problem.
Saquon Barkley on those safeties. I'll take Barkley every day over safeties.
It's the Achilles heel in 25, and the Eagles didn't do anything in the offseason to shore up the line or prevent or have a replacement that can come in and play at that level in 26.
And Joe, the short pass.
And
Hurts
that's
you know why Hurts can't throw for $4,000? It's not because he can't. They don't allow him to. They have no screen game. What was the one play that Brady and Mahomes have feasted on? Check down, check down, check down, check down, check down, check down. It wasn't deep. Every time Eagle fans go, Hurts throws a great deep pass. Dude, Brady and Mahomes don't win Super Bowls throwing deep. They throw to the high percentage passes. Brady talks about it on his broadcast all the time. What's the end game? I make high percentage throws. I don't make I make low percentage throws. I make the play that doesn't result in the turnover. That's the risk averse that he has. But Jalen doesn't do it in the pass game because his risk averse is this. If it's not open on the numbers, roll right, throw it out of bounds. That becomes predictable.
Yeah, listen, I would 100% agree with Brady with what you're saying about Brady and his longer tenure and body of work to be able to say that. I would also say that in a much shorter body of work, with Jalen Hurts, you have a tremendous amount of great success in a short period of time, 5 years or 4 years as a starter, whatever it's been. You have 22, you have 23, you have 24 when they won the Super Bowl, and you have a season last year where they ended up winning 11 games, and the offensive line was so banged up that you fell victim to that process and still were able to get 11 wins out of the season and get into the playoffs. That's what I think. So if I'm the Eagles, and I don't have any say in any of the decisions, but if I'm the Eagles, I'm extending Jalen Hurts, and he's my quarterback. And I'm giving the OCs a runway to be able to become OCs. Get out of the way. In other words, get out of the way. And hey, Howie, get me some depth on the offensive line. So if somebody goes down, we have somebody suitable that can replace at the level that they are. Listen, Fred Johnson has been an okay backup.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
He's been fine.
Yeah.
But there's more than Lane Johnson to worry about, as Gary Cobb pointed out, on your show. So
I think internally, the offensive guard situation.
Let me get rid of this.
You go from Brett Toth, you do all this, you go to that. To me, Joe, again, this season is clearly going to come down to health of the O-line, Barkley playing well, and really I threw another guy into this too. Is Mekhi Lemon, how much of a drop-off are we going to see from, I heard John on your show. I'll get you out of here in a second. I heard this, Joe, when John was saying, my concern is not with Devontae. Well, that's good to say because he's a gifted player. But how does Devontae going to handle the way they're going to play him? Meaning this, in his years playing in Philly, he's never been defended the same way AJ was.
Well, you tell me. You've been
okay. Well, he never faces double teams. It's not going to be whether or not Devontae's a good player, Joe. It's going to be more how the defenses defend him and what the other guys are going to do by picking the mail up and putting it in the mailbox. Because this is what I would do if I were a coordinator at the Eagles. Well, they've got one quality wide receiver in my opinion, and the tight end is the second guy that I've got to keep an eye on. The rest of those dudes, Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore, the rookie, man, those guys ain't beating me. That guy right there, that tight end might beat me on the seam when healthy, and that guy over there, Devontae. So what am I going to do? I'm pressing that guy with doubles, and I'm keeping as many people on him, and I'm leaning on him. By week 7 or 8 or 9, how are you handling double teams and have other guys stepped up? You know, everybody's in here going like this. Well, the third wide receiver is going to have 700 yards. The second guy is going to have 900 yards. We're going to cover it. Do you know what the average receptions have been in the Jalen Hurts era the last 5 years for the third wide receiver? 29 catches total.
Yeah, not very many.
So how are they going to pick up the mail? I think it's got to be more. I think it's got to be more Barkley involved in the. I think the guys that are going to replace AJ are not Lemon, and I haven't even told these guys in there. I think it's going to try to be more with Goddard and Barkley that are going to try to replace Devontae Smith's numbers, where AJ or where Devontae's going to be able to be over there getting 1,300 yards. I think he's going to be maybe potentially in that room, but it's going to come down to how do you make up for the lost presence of AJ and the production of AJ. That's what I think that's going to come down to.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be Barkley and Goddard that have to pick up the real slack here with that.
And the question mark on that is, can Dallas Goedert hold up? I mean, I'll never understand, why Dallas Goedert is still here and still an Eagle, because the narrative has been put out there that he could have went elsewhere and got more money, but he decided that he wanted to stay here. Now, maybe that's true. I don't know. I feel false, but I mean, at some point, I could see him wanting to do that in 25 to run it back, but in 26, he's taking even less money to be back here again. I don't know why. I don't know what the answer is to that. But if Goddard goes down and Goddard can't block the way he used to block, then you're in trouble, because now the rest of the tight end room is not going. They're one-dimensional. They're not going to be able to replace.
I'm going to answer your Goddard question with something that you and me do. Okay. Joe Krause, sometimes when you get offers from somebody else, the grass ain't totally greener on the other side when you're looking at some people like Barstool and some of these other guys, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, man. That don't look like a too stable place. I feel pretty comfortable where I'm at right now because they like big sills. And you know what? Sometimes, Joe, the comfort zone of being where you are, that's why Goddard sometimes is looking at it, because I agree with you. He could have went to Kansas City and could have been in that offense with Andy Reid, but he feels he's in a better place right there with Philadelphia, and they like him. They want him. They want it to work. They want him to be in the starting lineup. Stowers is not going to replace him. He's an off-ball tight end. That guy is not a traditional tight end. He's more like the Kyle Pitts guy. You got to put him on the weak side. You're not going to put him on the strong side. A defensive end would kick that guy's ass.
By the way, he might become a great tight end in the league or become a good tight end in the league, but he's not going to become a good tight end in 2026.
No, not at all. And
not at all.
He's limited as a blocker too. And so you have to play him off ball and on the weak side. And there's a place for that. But that tells me again, Joe, about what they're doing. You drafted a tight end who's not a hand in the dirt guy, but an off-ball tight end who performs better like he did at Vanderbilt in space. Well, what's that mean? That's more passing attempts. That's trying to improve the passing game. You moved up 3 spots to get Mekhi Lemon, and your first 2 picks in the NFL 26 draft was a pass catcher? Okay, well, that don't sound like a run-dominant football team to me. If I was a run-dominant team, I may have looked at an offensive guard. I may have looked at a blocking tight end. I may have looked at an interior guy like the guy from Penn State and moved up and got a guard. I don't know. That doesn't sound like somebody that's sitting there preparing a football team to be a run-dominant team. That sounds like a spread offense to me. And
Well,
this is my big bitch here with everybody in the chat. I see a spread offense being built. I don't see a power game being built anymore.
Yeah, the moves made and the decisions made don't match the narrative, or at least, or at least that's the way it appears. So the question then becomes, at some point, in 26, will the Eagles be forced, or will the Eagles already know that they're going to modify or change the direction of the offense? And who's going to make that decision? If Mannion isn't smart enough, and I'm not being disrespectful to Mannion, if Mannion doesn't have the experience which makes him smart enough to know, then who's going to make the decision if the head coach isn't the person on the sideline that has the wherewithal to make the decision? And that's the issue. I remember when Sirianni, I think Sirianni was calling the plays the first handful of games and then stepped aside and turned over the offense to Shane Steichen. Nick Sirianni isn't equipped to make that decision. I'm not saying he's not a football guy, but that's not his lane. So if he can't make it and Mannion can't make it, well, who's left to make it? Who?
Julian Laurie.
Jalen.
I'm so glad.
I'm talking about in season.
Yeah, no. Okay, well, who did this? Who in your opinion?
Jalen Hurts.
Who in your opinion do you think went like this to Nick? I want you to change from Sean Desai, and I want you to get him out of there as the coordinator. If you remember right, he was 10-1 as the defensive coordinator and had beaten a lot of good football teams, but they got taken to the woodshed by the Niners. That wasn't Sirianni making that decision. That came from upstairs for them to be able to demote. Or do you think Sirianni made that call? You think he just walked in and said to Sean Desai, hey, you're out as DC?
No. I think I'm going to listen to John McMullen and think that that Jeffrey Lurie was involved in the decision on the on the coordinators. And if John McMullen says that's where Jeff Lurie gets involved, then
I agree.
I do too. I think that's the case. The rest of the coaches that make up the staff or the staffs, are under the radar. The OC and the DC are, well, really now it's only the OC. Fangio's in his own world. And until Fangio decides that he doesn't want to be in the world anymore, Jeff Lurie, Howie Roseman, they're not saying a word to Vic Fangio.
I got one last one before you go. If you're Jeffrey Lurie, who's the most important coach in the building right now? Nick Sirianni or Vic Fangio?
Well, I would probably say that Lurie would think it's Fangio.
Okay.
Because Nick can be replaced.
And he has replaced him.
With another hire. But Fangio's only got a couple of years left. But he's
just
still
saying right now.
His name never comes up in the conversation because Lurie is not gonna cross that line.
He's the safest coach in the building.
Yes, he is. And prior to Fangio, or right under Fangio, the safest coach in the building. If the Godfather was on here and there was a prop bet on a member of the Eagles coaching staff that was untouchable, I would have said it was Jeff Stoutland.
Me too.
I would have said Stoutland.
And upstairs, Joe, was responsible for pushing him out.
Well, but see, what I think differently is Stoutland pulled the Peterson.
He did.
You know what?
I know. It's not your boat. It's not your boat.
I'm not doing that.
Here's what happened to Stoutland. Stoutland got in Nick's boat and tried to tell Nick how to drive his own boat. And when you're in someone's boat, you're a passenger. You're not the captain. And so you have to know your role. And so maybe the T-shirts and the ego and the tremendous success he's had, sometimes, man, it's not your game, dude. It's Nick's game. He's the name on the marquee. And this is where I do agree with Nick. If you don't want to go along with us and row in the same direction with us, hey, dude, you can't be with us. I'd rather have a coach that listens to me than a coach that's going to fight me. I don't want anybody fighting me. I don't care how talented you are. You can't win that way when you've got discord in your own coaching staff. And if you got somebody whispering in behind the scenes like that, you really can't have that, Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. And I definitely agree with you. Sills, I'll leave you because I'm going to jump off here. I know you have Mark and Philly 5 coming up. Hey, listen, I'm sure Mark Holmes can weigh in on that Dallas Cowboy offense being ranked top 5 going into the 2026 season. But I'll say this before I leave, as I shout out again to JAKIB Nation. Enjoy, and let me finish before you jump in. Enjoy your Friday and your Monday, because something tells me on Saturday and Sunday, you're working for Sports Grid.
I am.
Yes, you are.
I am. Yes, I am doing that. And I am. And by the way, I've never been on time more in my life on JAKIB than when these last 2 weeks with Krause getting my ass. Where are you? Let's go, Sileo.
You don't realize it, but at 1:55, I already have the text loaded. I just haven't hit send yet. I want to start the show at 2 p.m., brother.
Absolutely. Joe, I appreciate you, dude. You've been great, dude. I appreciate you, man. Hey, by the way, when's Z getting back?
Z gets in this weekend. I think I'm picking him up at the airport on Friday evening, which is the 3rd. And then he'll be here for I gotta all right. So I'll end my appearance.
And by the way, you are sure. By the way, you are sure it's Friday and Monday. We're off because you've kind of changed the directions of the plane flight for us.
Well, that's
me and John 5 times here.
No, that's the point. Zander finally weighed in and he said, "Yo, dummy, you're off on Friday and you're off on Monday." But I will end it with this. Hang on a minute. Let me find this text from early this morning. Italy, we love you. USA, we can't freaking wait to be back to you. And that's from Zander Krause, and he's ready to come back, and I'm sure the chat is ready for him as well. Great stuff, Big Sills. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to pay the bills today.
We will.
Right around 5:40.
You got it. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, Joe. All right. Oh, yeah. So the Dallas Cowboys have been ranked number 5 in the National Football League. Damn. One of the truly best offenses we're going to see in 2026 is in Dallas. And I will say it one more time. Here's my prediction for the NFC East. Worst to first. Gigantes. Commanders. Eagles. And Cowboys. All right. Wow. Did you see that ranking? There it is right here. Look at this right here. Give me no, Joe. Bring up the ranking first before we bring in our guy here. Can we bring those rankings up, Joe, on the top offenses? Here we go. Seattle, Los Angeles, Chicago, New England, Baltimore, I believe, and the Dallas Cowboys. The top offenses in pro football. Without further ado, let's bring in my friend from Dallas, the man who covers the Cowboys. He is Mark Holmes, and the legendary man himself, Philly 500. How you doing, boys?
What's happening? How are you?
Doing good. Great. Hey, congratulations to you, Mark. Top 5 offense in pro football. I mean, how do you feel about that, man, going into the 2026 season where you have one of the 5 best offenses in pro football?
Wasn't that the skill position ranking that they were talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, because they're looking at, your wide receivers, your running back, your quarterback, your tight end. It always pisses me off. And still, you probably feel the same way. When they call them skill position guys, us guys on the offense and defensive linemen, we're not considered to have any fucking skills. If you're out there as a left tackle having to take on, a Micah Parsons coming off the edge, are you telling me there's no skills in being able to handle that beast?
Or that big OG you have that you drafted last year that handled Jalen Carter.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I mean, that guy is skilled, right?
I will say that the Cowboys
Really, are you saying he didn't handle him? He did handle him.
What did I say? Well, I didn't even open my mouth. I'm just saying here.
Well, he handled himself the first game, handed his ass right on out of there.
Listen. Carter's a great player. What's the shirt say?
Oh, this is last week's.
Okay.
It was so popular. I actually had Eagle fans that asked me about getting the shirt.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, they want more Eagles drama too.
Man.
Go figure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bill, you want any more Eagles drama?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Why not? We only win Super Bowls when we have it, so why not?
You're 27 days away.
Hard
How
to believe.
How you feeling about your roster? Tell me this. Howie Roseman's 2026 offseason has been what in your eyes?
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. That's what I'd say, because I think that, like, there's some things like that they don't normally do a lot that they did, like trading AJ Brown. I think that's such a crazy thing that you would never think the Eagles would do, but they did it. So I think we just kind of got to wait and see where we're at. So I find it interesting because I don't necessarily think it was super great, but I don't think it was super bad either. It's kind of like, I think because there's so many new things going on, we got to wait and see.
Here's where I'll go, and what I'll say that you're right. Good teams don't have to do a lot. You know what?
Right.
I mean, when you're a good football team, a lot of it is just going to be cosmetic stuff. I mean, when you got a roster and you got a lot of good players on your team, the good teams don't make all these, schematic changes and these cosmetic changes. I'll ask you the same question, Mark. The 2026 offseason for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys has been what?
A 180 from usual.
How?
Typically, we're going into training camp still having major position holes. I mean, we've gone to training camp where we've had CeeDee Lamb as the only guy that's caught a touchdown pass as a wide receiver. We've gone into training camp where we've had Leighton Vander Esch as the only linebacker that has any experience when he's literally a guy who's one play away from being injured for the season. Usually we're still grocery shopping during and after training camp to fill out a roster. I'm not saying that they're done, but at least they have credible talent and players that have some experience in pretty much every location on the field. They have definitely upgraded the roster, and they've got a totally different feeling on the defense. It's usually the defense is the redheaded stepchild, and hopefully we can protect them and not have them screw it up for us, to maybe this defense can help lead this team as well.
So that's great news. Great news. Shout out to Leon Banks. That's great news, because Mark is saying that there's obviously Dallas is so improved. They're on the top 5 rankings, and they've done all these great things. No excuses this year, Mark. No excuses.
Whoa,
No more excuses this year.
See how you're trying to turn that shit, son?
No, I'm just telling you the truth. No more excuses.
How is it not possible that the Cowboys offense, which did not turn over, which was a top 5 offense last year, wouldn't be ranked? It didn't say the Dallas Cowboys.
I didn't say it shouldn't be.
No, I said our defense has improved. How much has it improved? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Now, I still recognize that you guys are the 800-pound gorilla that is the impediment to our season. You guys have come closer to us, or we've gotten closer to you with some of your drama. I have not said we are shoulders
you don't win a Super
better
Bowl.
than
Why
the
are you
Eagles
talking about drama?
So don't put words in my mouth. We haven't.
No, I didn't put words in your mouth. I just said what you said. I just commented that everything that you just said about how great your team looks and how much better they are, there's no excuses for you guys anymore. That's all I said.
Better is relative.
Because
when you're the worst in the NFL on defense, son. Yeah, we look better.
Hey, so is Dallas a playoff team right now?
They should be a playoff team.
Okay, so if they're a playoff team, is Dak Prescott good enough to rise up to the level of a playoff and take them anywhere?
Mark,
Can he do it?
Mark, I'm going to agree with them here. Listen, you shouldn't run from setting expectations. You used to have them.
But no, see, you see how it always happens with the Cowboys. Cowboys look a little bit better. All of a sudden, Super Bowl favorites. Just like, and then of course,
you gotta have goals, though, dude. Don't you?
I agree. Okay. And the team, they do. They're not shying away from that.
Yeah, you should. That leads me to this question here, dude. I'm going to tell you, this is the first time that I've said this about your quarterback, Dak Prescott. I've never seen in my entire life a guy get more scrutiny than Jalen Hurts. Hurts gets more heat than your guy. No one's trying to replace Dak. They're talking, there's factions in the national media that believe that Jalen Hurts might be replaced after this year, or this is a big – those articles aren't written about Dak doing this. Hey, Dak, you're going to be replaced if you don't pick up this offense or you don't –
It's not like that wasn't – well, but let's back up those, Sills. That was the case for Dak Prescott every year with his contract and stuff. This is the last year. Jerry Jones is franchise tagging because they're going to get rid of him. They're going to replace him.
His decision-making, though, was on the line, not his ability.
But we brought in people that we thought, we had people talking about in Rush We Trust. Let's go with Cooper Rush or Andy Dalton and things. They've tried. Remember when Trey Lance came through? Some people thought this was to put pressure on Dak to replace him. And so now this has kind of been turned over because, it kind of got old with the Cowboys for every single year. Dak's going to be gone, Micah Parsons and stuff. It's just that now the Eagles – unfortunately, are more popular to follow the drama and to throw this on. I don't think anybody's thinking about getting rid of Jalen Hurts, to be quite honest with you, but that's the scab that everybody's picking on right now.
What do you think, Philly? What do you think about?
I think. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What do you think about who's more criticized, Dak or Jalen?
Oh, no, Jalen Hurts is more criticized. Jalen Hurts is more criticized, and it's not even close. And it's been like that his whole career. And the fact that you're getting Dak Prescott longer in his career, Mark's saying, well, it's not the case anymore. He's done literally nothing to appease anybody as far as criticism goes. He hasn't won anything yet. So, yeah, of course Jalen Hurts is criticized more. Could you imagine Dak Prescott's playoff record and all his success and him being the quarterback of the Eagles? He wouldn't be an Eagle quarterback. He wouldn't have made it 10 years. So, yeah, it's not even close. Jalen Hurts is held to a higher standard. But, that's what happens when you're a team that wins.
Okay, Mark, at the end of the 2028 season, okay, or there's an out after, is there not, in the 27 season where Dallas.
Yeah.
At the end of this season here, Dallas Cowboys Cowboys and Dak could start talking about another extension. I know that they reworked the contract.
Yes.
Do you think Dak Prescott gets another contract in Dallas, or do you think that that's pie in the sky where he gets another contract.
I actually think that he will, because when you look at, if you end up having this offense play the way I think it's going to play, we had somebody from ESPN saying that Dak could throw for 5,000 yards this year. That's not what you want to see. What you actually want to see is about 3,800 yards, about 30 TDs, and have a balanced attack, a la more like what the Eagles do with Jalen Hurts, where you're not passing the ball 30 or 40 times every single game. But I think with Dak Prescott right now, it seems like from the ankle injury and the hamstring injury that his body is really finally right. And the way that he is moving, the way he's taking care of himself, he could be playing conceivably for several more years. Now, here's a crazy thing for you. Dak Prescott gets, anywhere from about 3,800 to about 4,500 yards a year, right? What if Dak Prescott plays another 5 years? Would you believe that he could get right behind Dan Marino at 11th all-time in yards?
Yeah. Oh, I listen, at the end of the day, he's going to be in conversation for what Phillip Rivers was.
Yeah.
Because again, if you want to compare careers, if Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Fame quarterback, Dak and Phillip Rivers, they have the same playoff record. They'll have the same numbers. So the conversation will be, now here's the one thing though. He did get to an AFC championship game and lost to the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
But if he has 65,000 passing yards, or he's in that room of 60 some odd thousand passing yards, he'll be considered for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
He's sitting at 32 right now.
That's
by the end of this year, he could be right there with Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, I think that's a pipe dream to get up to the 60s though.
Right
now, I mean, he'd have to throw for some big time yards here. All right, Philly, on Hurts' contract here, what does in 2026 Jalen Hurts have to do to get an extension? And I want to add this before you answer. It can't be winning, because he's already done that. Now it's got to be about optics of playing in today's NFL with the passing game. Because, dude, I would stick to what you were – my big bitch about this year with you, it's not your talent. It's your direction. The things you've done, 50-18, 4 years, 2 NFC titles, bro, I'm riding that pony until its hooves fall off. I'm not doing anything different. So it can't be about the winning. What does he have to do this year for him to get this contract extension?
Well, wait a second. It is about the winning, though. Look. So you're telling me if Jalen Hurts goes out there and wins,
one quarterback in pro football today that is paid based on wins.
Okay, so if Jalen Hurts, you're telling me right now that if Jalen Hurts goes out and wins another Super Bowl this year, that he's not going to get an extension?
Yes.
They're going to let him go?
No, they're not paying him.
I think that's crazy.
Okay,
I think that's crazy.
Okay,
I think they pay him in a minute.
Okay.
I look, I'm not saying winning is the all of everything. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, winning is definitely a factor. And sorry, I got this little guy is driving nuts.
Awesome, my friend. Awesome. We are a cat friendly show here, my friend.
Don't mention cats.
But wait. You know what? Animals are animals. Get over it, guy. I love animals.
Yeah.
You're the same guy that fixed churches. Come on, dude. Have a little heart.
No, we got a cat that came here now that my wife has fallen in love with. Okay, it showed up a week ago, and it's a whole thing.
Philly, get this though. My point is this:
yeah,
every single quarterback that's being paid right now is not based on winning.
Well, not many of them are doing it, so they can't be. But you pay a guy trying to win. I think he has to go out. I think he has to. I think he has to get better at certain areas of the passing game. Jalen has his flaws that he has to be better at in certain situations. Nobody's saying that at all. But I do think, I guess where I disagree with you is, I look at it and I say, you had to change this offense. If you look at what we had last year, it wasn't working. Everybody knew the plays beforehand. It was horrible. It was vanilla. You had to make changes. Now, I will say this. Where I also think is, I don't think they hired Mannion to run and force Jalen Hurts to run his offense specifically. I think that there will be some sort of, mix between what Jalen does well and what he wants to do. I think we're still going to see a running game. I don't think they're going to abandon it. And I don't think it's going to be as dramatic as you think it is. That would be my difference. You stop.
Okay, how about this? So Gary Cobb was out at training camp for or he was out at mini camp and OTAs. Philly, how concerned are you of this? He said that Landon Dickerson's limping. And he's still limping around, and he's not ready really right at this moment. Maybe he got a couple more weeks. How concerned are you with that?
Yeah, I worry about that. That's my biggest fear right now is the offensive line. So, yeah, that worries me. But I don't know, we'll have to see when we get closer to season. But concerning, yes.
All right, Mark, I got one here for you. Do you think, because I'm gonna turn this around here on Philly here in a second. I'm going to ask him the same question. Do you think the Dallas Cowboys are a great place for you to become a head football coach and make your name in the National Football League? Or do you think the owner overshadows you too much for you to really be a head football coach? Because at the end of the day, Brian Schottenheimer's making zero decisions on that football team. He's making zero decisions. Or maybe you think I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong on this case. I'm going to say, here's what I'm going to say, that Brian Schottenheimer is not the usual patsy that Jerry Jones has had.
Oh, okay.
When I look at, for example, when they hired Jason Garrett, of course, he was like family. But he'd only had 1 year of being a quarterbacks coach under Nick Saban when he came here. And they automatically made him offensive coordinator, and then ended up basically making him the head coach. He had no experience to ever be a head coach. He was the play caller, and he was trying to be the head coach. And they kind of said, you know what? You don't really have enough skills to do both. We're going to take away the play calling from you, and we're going to make you the head coach. And I think that was because he was not ready to be the head coach. And that is kind of followed through where Jerry Jones is meddlesome. When I look at what the Cowboys did with Brian Schottenheimer, the hiring of this defensive staff wasn't a typical Jerry Jones type deal. Jerry Jones always gets somebody that's been a player or a former coach and hires somebody that he knows. You can't tell me that Jerry Jones knew anything about Christian Parker or any of the guys that were hired. This was a Brian Schottenheimer hire. I will say that being an assistant coach on the Cowboys typically will get you a head coaching job places elsewhere, though.
Okay, Philly, this is to you. And you tell me, based on your history in the Nick Sirianni era, I've been asking everybody in my chat this today, do you think Philadelphia is a great place for a first-year head football offensive play calling coordinator in the Nick Sirianni era, based on your history? Okay, Kevin Patullo, Brian Johnson, and now you got Sean Mannion. The other two were failures in many people's eyes. The experienced guys, Shane was an offensive coordinator in San Diego or Los Angeles. I forget which one with the Chargers. Kellen Moore had experience as a play caller with the Cowboys and the Chargers. And the other guys that you've hired had none. Do you think that that's a place for a guy who's never been a play caller? Do you think Philadelphia is a great place for him?
Yeah, see, I kind of see it a little differently. Like, I think that's yet to be determined, because I look at it like this. See,
well, your guys have all been fired that have been.
Yeah, and every one of those guys that were fired were hired from within the organization. They were brought up, right? Patullo was brought up. Johnson was brought up. And they were brought up primarily, in my opinion, because it was a way for Nick Sirianni to get more control of his offense. When they've gone outside of the team and Nick has less control, they've done better. So I look at it like hiring from outside has actually been more successful than bringing in guys that you have on the team, because it seems like guys like Patullo and Johnson, they were used, I think, to allow Nick to kind of control that offense, which he lost control of, remember, early in his career as a head coach when he was calling the plays. So to me, I think we don't really know yet with a young first-time play caller that's coming from another team in his first year, because we haven't had that. They've all been hired from within.
you know, when you went out and hired Sean Desai from outside as a coordinator defensively, that didn't work either when he became a first-time play caller. So just my point is that in the Sirianni era, the play calling, that when you hire somebody that's never had in-game experience in situational play calling on both sides, it's failed. So, Philly, why in this essence is this going to be better? You're saying because he's had outside influences and not so much around Nick's influence, that he's going to have more of a perspective on what they're trying to do with the McVay offense?
Because I think he's going to have a little more. I think he's going to have more control and more say. If Nick gets involved and tries to interfere, I think it's going to be a problem. Also, they got the offensive coordinator they brought in from Tampa Bay that's going to help him out in a lot of aspects. And I think that'll be huge for them. But I think the problems have come more because you've hired guys from within that try or give Nick, essentially, in my opinion, more control of the offense and what to do. And that's when we've struggled. That's what I think.
Mark, not named Caleb Downs. Any of the people that you drafted, you're expecting any kind of impact or giving the team a little push where they need some, I think, linebackers and like maybe some depth in your secondary, maybe like your D-line? I mean, is there anybody you see that is going to contribute to the team this year?
I actually want to look at and say Malachi Lawrence, okay? You know, because everybody's focused on Caleb Downs.
Is that the UCF kid?
Yeah. I mean, he's a first-round drafted guy. In fact, I love the fact that everything is going to Caleb Downs, and Caleb Downs seems to be, you know, it does not bother him being in the spotlight. Quietly, Malachi Lawrence can be out there working, getting in shape and everything else without having all that pressure and stuff on him. And I think that he is going to be pretty good. I really do. Some people said that he was the best pure edge rusher in the draft.
Okay. Two last ones here for you guys. Devontae Smith here for you, Philly. He's going to be put in a completely different role. And he's going to be put in a role where he's going to be taking on double teams. And Jalen Hurts is going to have to help him this year. Mm-hmm. One of the big criticisms of Hurts is that he doesn't throw on time. And with him being in double teams right now, how is that dynamic going to work? I mean, is Jalen Hurts going to elevate Devontae Smith into covering the numbers? And not so much the numbers, but the presence. Because remember, AJ brought a presence to your huddle too. I mean, there was a physical presence to that. Do you think that's the one thing you miss with AJ, that nobody's in your offensive huddles, that physical presence and that yak is not going to be there?
Yeah, I don't think you can make. I don't think we have somebody on the team right. Oh, maybe somebody rises up, but I don't think we have a physical guy like that. But as far as Devontae goes, I think Devontae is one of the best route runners of football, and I think he'll find ways to get open. And I'm actually excited that if we get back to some basics with Hurts and him, like, you know, actually being a quarterback and not just being told to throw the ball away when the play breaks down, but if they actually allow him to run a short passing game and throw on time, and they work on those things with him, and they work on the fundamentals with him, and they push those things, I think he's going to be really good, because that's when he was at his best, when Steichen really pushed him on those kind of things. So I think it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to it.
My last one goes to fandom here. Mark.
Yes.
What is the one thing that just annoys you beyond all get out about Philly 500 and his fan base? What is the one thing that absolutely
I got to narrow it down to one thing?
No, how about this? What are the things that just piss you off about Philly 500 and his fan base? What is it?
I'll be real with you. There's nothing that Philly 500 can do that actually surprises me or pisses me off, because I understand it. He's a diehard fan of his team, and of course he's going to defend him to the nth degree. But it drives me crazy that he literally has a train coming down the tracks about to run his ass over, and he's in denial. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. It's like you can't recognize that there is going to be a problem, or you can't admit that it's going to be worse without an A.J. Brown. Oh, no, we're in good shape. We don't need that guy. Come on, man.
Can I rebut that?
Yeah, wait.
Because I never said that.
Philly, what is the one thing or things that piss you off about Mark Holmes and that Dallas Cowboys fan base for years?
Where's my book? It's on. Jeez. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go easy on Mark.
Because you like me. Admit it.
Yeah. But the one thing is he twists things that were never said or done, and he implies things that aren't there. And I don't know if I think he does it on purpose a lot of times to just like stir the pot.
So like
but he said
you.
like so the comment like
he needles
like
you.
Yeah. He'll do a video like I'll do video and I'll be talking about something that was said in an article. And he'll come on there and say that I said these things. And I'm like, come on. So I think the way Mark delusion takes over his sense of reality is what drives me nuts.
Rhetorically.
The NFL is a soap opera 365 days a year. And I like to stir this shit up.
Oh, my God. You two guys, man, I'll tell you what. This year is going to be one of the – by the way, Mark,
yes.
I know Philly hates this, but I have you winning the NFC East this year.
No, I love it. You know how easy my life's going to be in December coming on here? Because I'm going to remember
hold on. Listen,
I remember
I'm going to tell you this. He's going to be coming off to me like Cactus Jack off the top of the ropes on me.
Oh,
if
shit.
That's what Mark,
I know he will.
Listen here, man. I'm going to blame you. If
blame me,
you said year, I'm coming after you this year, man.
Mark's in trouble because this is I am going to go nuclear this year on him. If the Eagles are winning and taking care of business, I'm going nuclear on Mark. His boy Dak. There's no escape for what's coming. The wrath that I have, it's coming.
Well, they're writing checks, and we're gonna have to cash them.
I know. No, hey, listen. I think you got the best. I think right now in the NFC, I do believe you have one of the top 5 offenses in pro football. I think you're better. By the way, I think you're better than Philadelphia inside in your O-line. They're better outside in their tackles.
Okay, Landon Dickerson's still limping around.
Dickerson and Steen are not better than the 2 Cowboy guards.
If our 2 guys are healthy, they are.
I don't listen. Steen outplayed Dickerson last year.
Yeah, well, he was hurt. I'm saying if they're healthy, you know.
But Philly, there's 13 surgeries, and the guy's not going to get healthier.
I know. It's a concern of mine. You know, I'm hoping that I really think he shortened his contract to shorten because I think he's calling it quits after 2 years. So I hope that he can give us 2 more good years. But you know, I think when they're healthy, you saw what they can do 2 years ago. So it's a health thing with that offensive line.
So the Dallas Cowboys are going to be here. The Dallas Cowboys report to training camp on
28th.
Let's see here, the 28th in Oxnard, and the
Eagles go on vacation.
And the Eagles report to the Jefferson Health Training Complex.
That's right.
Eagles
go to work. Cowboys go to California. Right? They go on vacation. The Eagles go to work. Big difference.
Ooh.
That's when Mark's drama starts, by the way, right? Right around camp. That's when Mark's going to have his drama.
Mark, you know what? I was part of that whole thing when we went to up there to Cal Lutheran.
Mm-hmm.
We went to like Thousand Oaks. Philly, I never understood that. Why are we going to California? We went to California to do our training camps.
I know.
You know, when Jimmy was there, though, We went one time, and after that, you know where they were in? San Marcos, Texas. Remember
Makes
that,
more
Mark?
sense to me.
They were in San Marcos. He pulled them out of
Yeah.
there. Jimmy never did any of that. Guys,
Too soft.
spectacular stuff as always. Make sure you check out the Freaks and every single great thing that they do when it comes to their content. Now that I know that Mark Holmes is needling Philly 500, now I know he gets it even more.
24/7, 5 days, 7 days a week, 3-4 videos a day.
You needle the guy every day?
Every day.
He needles me right back. Are you kidding me? The amount of clips
throw
of me
bombs.
falling out of a chair.
I hit bombs.
When oh shit, falling out of a chair. He shows that clip on a daily basis. Jeez.
Guys, thank you so much. And by the way, have a wonderful 4th of July this weekend.
You too.
Next week when we come out of this whole thing, man, God, we're going to be 3 weeks away from the start of training camp. And dude,
holy shit.
We are right here. Get this, guys.
Can't wait.
At the end of this month, guess what's up? The Hall of Fame game plays.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm ready. Yeah,
Let's
I'm ready
Me
for
too, guys. Guys, thank you, dude.
Right, thank you,
guys, man. Right there, the legendary Mark Holmes and the Philly 500. All right, let's go back up here because I think we missed some supers. Great stuff. That's my favorite segment of the week. I don't care who we end up getting on all the time. I do, man. I like these two guys. I actually, you know what? For the guy sitting in his mom's basement that I attacked initially, Mark Holmes, he's turned out to be quite a dude, man. He really has. He put me in my place and made me eat it. That's for sure. I have to eat crow on that one because the guy's done a great job. He really is, man. And he's helped out a lot. So we appreciate him very much. I didn't know that he needled, though. Okay. Look at this. Sue, love battle royale. Okay. Sills played in Dallas for 2 practices. Actually, I got a great thing here for you. I got to show you that you're really going to love. Let's see here. I bet you could probably show one of these too, right? Twiz, you could probably show one of these. Let's see here. Sileo, Chargers, Cowboys. I bet you'll like this. I bet you Twiz has one of these. Let's see here. Look at this here. So here's the starting lineups for the Cowboys versus the Eagles. And there's Big Sills. I should post it. I don't know if you can see it. You can't see it. Let's see here. Maybe I can make it bigger. I bet you anything. There's Big Sills. Dallas defense. Ed Too Tall Jones, Mark Whalen, Dan Sileo, Jim Jeffcoat. Who else? Ron Burton, Eugene Lockhart, Ken Norton. Who else? Everson Walls. I bet you have one of those, Twiz. There's Big Sills right next to Ed Too Tall Jones. Look at that there. Oh, and by the way, can't say that they didn't have the starters in. There's Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, Herschel Walker. Let's see, Kevin Gogan, Mark Tuney, Crawford Kerr. Gee, that's the starting lineup for the game against the Chargers. I bet you got yourself one of them, Twiz, don't you? How you doing there, boss? That's what I'm liking to see. Yes, sir. Oh, here's another one. I bet you got one of these too, Twiz. Big Sills making tackles with the Cowboys. Damn. Holy cow here. Man, ain't that something? That's kind of crazy. I got another picture, Twiz. I bet you got one too here. Let's see here. Hold on for a second here. Sileo Cowboys. I bet you Twiz has got a bunch of these. Sileo Cowboys. I bet you Twiz has a whole bunch of these. So let me see here. Where's Big Sills here? Anybody? Where's the Big Sills picture there with the Cowboys? Let's see here. Holy cow. Not Big Sills again. Wait a second. That can't be Sileo again with the Cowboys. Hold on here. What the hell's going on? Come on, Twiz. Let's see here. Let me go over to a color one. I got a really nice color one, Twiz. Here, let's see here. Sileo. Let's go over to the Twitter one here. Here's another great one. Let me go over here to this right here. I got another one, Twiz. I bet you got 10 of these. Hold on for a second here. Come on here, Twiz. Well, hold up here. Big Sills. Sileo Cowboys. Hold on here. Sileo I bet all you guys in here have all these pictures of you in the NFL. Let me see here. Hold on. I bet you anything. He's got those pictures with the damn Cowboys. Come on, Twiz. Show those pictures, boss. Let's see here. We got one in here? Let's see here. I thought I had I had a really great Dallas Cowboy one. Dan Sileo, Cowboys. Let's see here. I think I got one more. Twiz, I know you got, hold on, Steven. Already enough? No. Not enough. No. One more here. Let's see here. I gotta get this one here, man. This is a really good one. Because I bet you anything. I bet you Twiz has that one there. Big cells and blood. I bet you got a really good one like that, Twiz. Hold on. I got another one here. Let's see where Twiz is. Come on, Twiz. Let's see. Here's another one. That can't be big cells, can it? Let's see here. Hold on here, Twiz. I bet you got a bunch of these. Oh, here's the one I'm looking for. There's Big Sills making a tackle in the Charger game. How you doing? Oh, man. Good grief. What the hell happened? Okay. Bothered me? How does it bother me showing my NFL pictures? How does it bother me? I think it's great I get to show my NFL pictures. Thank you. Okay. Sills up all night on Photoshop. Oh, yeah, because Spurger, that's what I know how to do. I couldn't tell you how to put that shit together, guy. I couldn't tell you how that shit works. No idea. Hey, I'm sure all of you got NFL pictures too, so it's all right. All good. Eagles is where the playbook. Well, I'm waiting. Let's see here. You should report on the Cowboys since you play for them, Big Cells. Logan, I don't like any team like that. The reason I have the helmet behind me, Stephen Jones gave me that helmet because I lost my Cowboy helmet. It was stolen. I played for the Canes. I played for the Bucks. That's my Catholic High helmet, and that's my CFL helmet. Everything you see there, that's my uncle. Leroy gave me that. That's my Canes jersey, and that's Jerome. Every single thing you see there, I've either won it, played. That picture back there with the Bucks, that's the first day of me being with the Buccaneers. And I was on the front page of the when they drafted me in a supplemental draft. Okay? Let's see here. Okay? Let's see. Sills non-biased. That's right. Non-biased. I don't root for a team. I got my name on the new Bill Stadium for being a part of building it. They put up a cool wall of all the workers. Dude! Way to go, man. Way to go. Devontae Smith not making no catches, double team, too small. That's one of the concerns. That is one of the concerns. Love Joe Klecko, one of the absolute best. Hey, Sills, I know we're a football show, but who's your top 5 fighters of all time? Ali? Foreman? Roberto Duran? Tyson? And I'm probably going to go Leonard. Ali, Foreman, Duran, Tyson, and Sugar Ray Leonard would probably be. I don't really think Marciano fought anybody. If you look at his record, Marciano didn't really fight anybody. And if he did, when he fought Lewis was 38 years old. So I never really thought he fought anybody. Jersey Joe Walcott, Igamar Johansson. I don't know. And Sonny Liston was one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. Just truly one of the greatest. No question. So, okay. You tell me Howie Roseman's 2026 offseason has been what? Smoking Joe. Smoking Joe. Probably have to take Leonard off for that one. Because I like Joe Frazier too. And before Joe died, dude, we used to get George Foreman on here all the time. Isn't that cool? George Foreman was friends with us. I think George Foreman's been on our program 3 times before he passed away. And he said that Frazier was one of the greatest fighters of all time, even though Foreman absolutely was the wrong style for Joe Frazier. He killed Joe. But boy, Ali struggled with Frazier. Ali struggled with him. My grandfather was really good friends with Marciano, or Graziano, not Marciano. Yep. He was known as a knockout artist. He hit you one punch and knock you out. Yeah, Rocky Graziano was a really great fighter too. Cowboys love the weather in California for training camp, as well as there is a huge part of the fan base in Southern California. There is. Dude, I was up in Thousand Oaks when we went to training camp, and I couldn't believe how cool it was up there. We went up there in 1980. Oh, I got something for you, DFW. I don't know if I still have. I don't know where that is. I got it somewhere. The very first training camp of Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson. Check this out. I think you're going to like it. Jimmy Johnson training camp. And it's the very first one that we had. And these letters were sent out. Here it is. So this letter, I still have it. I got it downstairs. It's in a frame. This was the very first. What was this? This is June 27th. Was training camp, and there's Jimmy's signature on it. And here's what it said: Dan Sileo, 67 Sylvan Road. My aunt's in here. Stamford, Connecticut. That's my home address. Dear Dan, rookies and first-year free agents and members of our squad are being asked to report for their preseason physicals at 7 a.m. Monday on July 10th. Wow. Dr. Robert Vandermeer will conduct all exams, training camp at Valley Ranch before we get on the airplane and we fly to Valley Ranch. Quarterback school will conclude by noon on the 14th, and we'll all take off. Sincerely yours, Jimmy Johnson. Right there. That's the very first camp for Jimmy and Jerry. Was July the 27th. Was it June? Is that June? Get out of here. Oh my God. We reported in June. That's how long ago. So we would go from June until January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, 4 months of camp. 4 months of camp. We must have spent, I think, a month and a half in Thousand Oaks. At least. And Oh my God. But it was a country club. I started every single exhibition game that year, and then I got sick. So, we started every game. We started Denver. We started in San Diego. Who else? I started with the Raiders too. I got a great picture of me with in the Raider game. We played. This is when the Raiders were, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Raiders, they were in Los Angeles. And we played the Raiders in LA at the Los Angeles Coliseum. That was really dope. And we scrimmaged the Raiders. We scrimmaged the Chargers. I forget who else we scrimmaged. But we lived there for about 4 months. And it was a lot, dude. It was a long camp, 4 months. And that was Jimmy's first camp. I don't know if I still have those. That was really cool. I got a picture with the cauldron behind me when I was with the Cowboys. And we played at the LA Coliseum. I started that game too against the Raiders. I think I started the first 3 games for Jimmy in his first preseason. I know that. A lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. People around the world named the Cowboys America's team. We didn't do that. Know your history. Then come back to me. I'm waiting. You'll be fine on offense if JD is healthy. Your defensive line and Eagles all need to improve. Here, I'll tell you what, and I love this here too. Do I still have that? Thought I still had that. Oh, here it is. I keep it on my desk. So here. Let's see here. Where's DFW? DFW. So I got a chance to go to the Foreman and Michael Moore fight. I was working television. KTNV. I'm sitting right there on the floor when George Foreman knocked him out at the MGM Grand, November 5th, 1994. Knocked his ass out. I'm sitting ringside when Foreman knocked Moore out. Craziest thing I ever seen. He's getting his ass kicked the whole fight. Everyone's like, damn, George. Damn, George. Shit. Bang. Boom. Down. Gone. Out. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Dallas Cowboys were named America's team by NFL Films, not the Cowboys. They were named that for the fan base and the ratings they consistently put up, which is true. Which is true. By the way, the one thing that a lot of people can't stand about the Cowboys were the ones that came up with Thanksgiving football. That was Tex Schramm's idea. Tex Schramm said, no one wants to play on the holidays? We'll do it. So they played on Thanksgiving. Nobody wanted to do it except them and the Lions. And so the Lions and the Cowboys would play, and they did that forever. And then all of a sudden now everybody wants to play on Thanksgiving. So that was the Cowboys' baby, was playing on Thanksgiving. So you theoretically have holiday football because of the Dallas Cowboys. The best memories of my childhood is sitting beside my dad watching boxing. We watched together for over 2 centuries. Yeah, I used to watch too with my grandpa. We'd watch all the fights. Sil's legit. That Moore and Foreman ticket is impressive. Actually, it's my press pass. It's on the back. It's all laminated and all that. Yeah, this was my press pass. Hung around your neck. You had to have it too, because when you went into the MGM Grand, dude, I got these. My wife and I got these really great coins. They're somewhere in the house. They're like slot machine coins. One had Moore on it, and the other one had George Foreman on it. And I kept them. They're like $50 pieces. It's pretty cool. Makes sense why Detroit and Dallas always have Thanksgiving game. That's right. It was their idea. Or Dallas, Tex Schramm talked the Lions into doing it. And remember something, high school football is huge on Thanksgiving. I don't know if you guys, like my high school and in my state, I played on Thanksgiving every morning. And I don't know if you guys play in PA that way, but I had a Thanksgiving Day game against Fairfield Prep. And we'd go against Fairfield Prep, and they would come down to Catholic High. And we played that game my entire time at Catholic High. But there's some high school football games in my state that go back to 1890, 1870. So, I mean, yeah, a lot. So what's the answer? Howie Roseman's offseason has been what? Let's take a look at that. What's been his best move so far in this offseason? What's the best move that Howie's made? What's been his best move? Still, since Clint vouched for UR, does that mean he'll stick around another year waiting for Vic to retire? I think he's going to stick around. I do. Drafting Lemon, that's not where I'd go. Getting rid of AJ. Of course, he would go with the worst move of all time. Trading AJ? Okay, I'm wrong. I think it's Jonathan. So Jonathan, wait a minute. So let's do this. So in your opinion, getting rid of AJ Brown was the best thing that Howie Roseman has done. Okay? Getting rid of AJ. I want people to have receipts on this. M. Reyes says the best thing that Howie did was getting rid of AJ. You better hope that offense is good. That could be a sleeper. Yes. Tanking and drops. Get this. This guy had less drops than Devontae Smith did last year. Devontae was 17th in drops. Okay, here. And AJ was third least in drops last year. So AJ Brown was second with 0.8 in drops. .8. Devontae Smith is like 17th. Yeah. Oh, okay. Drops. Who led the league and who had the least amount of drops? Let's see. I think it was Puka that was in that. Okay. For some reason, hey, dude, for some reason, You think that your boy Devontae Smith had less drops than A.J. Brown? Oh, okay. Dropped him on purpose. Losing A.J. is going to kill this offense. Who knows Jalen out in those 50-50 balls? Who bails him out? Or the ones he would just take away from defenders? Or the fact that the quarterback doesn't throw on time? Okay? Smith got clamped last year. That guy never had double teams in his entire life. Like, ever. So I'll tell you what I think of his offseason. Okay? Best move that Howie Roseman made. He can't be dealing with the Carter deal. He let some other team set the market for Jalen Carter at $35 million. What other move did he make? It's got to be the Jonathan Grenard. The Jonathan Grenard move. What? I'll give 3. What's the second best one? The Mekhi Lemon draft? Okay, I guess. Okay. See what Joe Cow says. Oh, I got it. That's a great idea, Joe. That's a great idea. Hey, dude, send your email to Joe Krause. Put you on the show now. You want to sit here and post for 4 hours? Send your email to Joe Krause. Put you on right now. Send your email. Okay, good. Send it. Get you on right now. Good. Joe, post the email. I don't think that's a problem. Post the email. Joe wants to end the bullshit. Okay, broad. We're going to send you the email. There it is. We're waiting. I don't need you, Reyes. You're a dope. Let's go, dude. You got so much to say? I can't wait. You're afraid? I just sent the email, you jackass. No. Joe's the guy. And I agree with Joe. All right, we're going to pay some bills. And then we'll put this dude on. My good friends at Morgan & Morgan, the number one injury law firm in all of America, for a reason. That is because they win. With over $30 billion recovered, there is nobody like Morgan & Morgan. Folks, I tell you about the family in Pennsylvania. The entire time that they end up going through the process, they were initially offered $650K. They got nearly $30 million in settlement. Or the family in Florida that was offered $350K, they got nearly $12 million in settlement. Do me a favor. Go to forthepeople.com. FOR/Big Sills or Pound Love 529. That's FORthepeople.com/Big Sills or Pound Love 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sills sent you.
There's a reason the Karate Master was the #1 salesman in the lumber department.
Karate.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand.
Thank you.
We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Your gut says Miami is going to win and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Okay, we're going to find out what this guy's fucking problem is with me. Hit the link, guy. We're waiting for you. Bring your dumb ass in here. All you'd have to do is hit the link, dickhead. And we're going to find out what your problem is. You want to talk some bullshit about your football team for 4 hours every day and put clicks in there? We're going to put your ass in here. Let's go, kid. Hit the fucking link. Stop being a coward. Hit it. Hit it. Look at this. Bro, every single day, we put people on this program. It ain't that difficult, idiot. We send links every day. People come on the program every day. Are you a moron that you can't figure this out? Hit the link. Hit it. Wait, you're the only guy that can't figure this out. Let's go, dude. Link sent. Hit it. Link sent. Where are you? I want to know what your problem is. Where are you? Hit the link. LINK. Hit the link. Look at this liar. You didn't send me shit. I'm not sending you anything. Joe Krause just did. This guy is a bullshit artist and a fucking coward. And on top of that, you got called out. You are afraid to come on the program. You cowardly lion. What a, here it is. Come on, dog. Joe's got it right here. We sent you the link. Joe's got the link right here. Here it is. We sent it to you, guy. Howie Ajan. Let's go. All you got to do is push the blue. Do it. What a liar. You're a cowardly fuck. Bro, I don't invite people on my program that are nobodies. But since you want to sit around and help the algorithm for 4 hours, we thought we'd put your dumb ass on to find out what your problem is with the way we covered the team. And since you're a cowardly lion and you won't do it, we know what kind of bullshit you are. You sit in here every day and you throw all your dumb shit and all your shit here, and we gave you an opportunity to come on the program and you won't take advantage of it? Get this. Joe. So Joe Krause is a liar and sending you the link. Bro. Okay. Now back to football. Thank you. Guy's a piece of shit. Show you what, when you call somebody out on something, they don't have the balls or the sack to come in and do it. I gave you every opportunity, kid. Now you can go back to playing your little 4-year-old game. I'm clicking away here. Okay. We're liars. Folks, we're the liars. Okay. We're the liars. Oh, my God. Yeah, we're the liars. Folks, that's a guy that doesn't want to come on the program. We gave you it. So get this. One last thing on this. We send that link to Ice Cube, everyone. Okay, everyone. And they figure it out. You can't. All right. Relax, Betty. It's all good. Do me a favor, guys. Get back to it again. The offseason, as we were talking with Howie Roseman, okay? The best moves that he made. Best moves. Jonathan Grenard. What else did you guys write? Jonathan Grenard. What else? Mekhi Lemon. Okay. What else? 2026 offseason so far better than 25. Yeah. I would say that. Woolen. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, yes. I think that's a good one too. Davis getting his extension. Any more? Jonathan Grenard, Mekhi Lemon, Woolen, Davis's extension. Dallas Goedert, getting him back on a cheap deal. I don't think that's wrong. Goedert back on a team-friendly deal. Okay? I'll tell you what, I think that's a great idea. Maybe what we'll do, okay, maybe what we'll do prior to the season, we haven't done this in a while. Maybe what we'll do, Joe, prior to the season starting, maybe the week of the season, maybe we'll carve out a half an hour of the program as we get closer to the start of the season. I'll make that promise to you guys. Okay? So we'll probably carve it out maybe the week before the season. Is that okay? So we'll go down that lane. And we'll put some folks on here. Do an hour? All right. Hey, Reyes. Did we do an hour last time or did we only do 45 minutes? What did we do last time? And what we did? What was how long did we do it? I forget. Was it an hour? In 24 when I had to eat crow? I forget. Maybe it was an hour. I think it was an hour. I think we did an hour. It was an hour. Not you, guy. I think if I'm not mistaken, who else was in here on that? We had a bunch of people. So we'll do that. I think it was overall an hour, right? We had a lot of folks on. Okay. Thanks, Sills. I think that's a solid addition to your show. There's enough assets in here that would like to debate, but I'm 100% down. Okay? Very good. Very good, dude. So, Jay, I want you to disagree. I'm okay with people disagreeing. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see. So plays a role of Foreman, LJ Mora. Hey, okay. So you don't have any more good moves. Jonathan Grenard, Mekhi Lemon being drafted, Tariq Woolen. Okay. Davis's extension and Dallas Goedert coming back on a team-friendly deal. Okay. Here's what I think, on the other hand, has also happened. That wasn't good. You lost A.J. Brown. You lost Nakobe Dean. If you're saying Grenard was a good pick, you lost Jalen Phillips. I happen to think that's a push. You let the market of Jalen Carter go up by not signing him to a contract. You let the market on two things happen: on the quarterback and also on the defensive tackle. You understand? When Jeffrey Simmons got signed, you let the market get ahead of Howie. So now we're talking about a $36 million a year D tackle. And because Mahomes went to 63, and now Lamar's probably going to 63.5, Howie let the market get ahead of him in both the quarterback and the defensive tackle. So that's the offseason so far financially for the Eagles. There's only one way that you win that, is if Carter comes out and he plays big. Now you're going to be paying $40 million for Carter next year. Hurts wins a Super Bowl, you're going to be paying $65 million. Or you're moving off of both guys. Or you're moving off of both dudes. So financially, you're playing the game here. You're looking at it like this. Okay, well, if Carter plays well, you're talking 40. If Carter doesn't play well, then you're not signing him. So you lost that. I mean, you lost that. And if Hurts wins the Super Bowl, you're talking $65 million. If a guy wins 2 Super Bowls and has been to 3, I agree with you guys. You're going to pay that guy $65 million. If you have success, you're going to lose a lot of dudes because you're going to pay over $100 million on 2 players alone. And you've got Q and you've got DeJean to deal with next year. And that means Devontae had a great year. He's going to want more money. The problem that exists signing Jalen is 65 sunk into a guy that you have to keep good coaches around. Yeah. Howie might have done a good thing waiting on Carter. If he has a good year and demands 45, I think Howie will trade him at the highest value. I don't think Howie's completely sold on Carter. Bro, think about what they did by letting the market get ahead and them being able to like go out and have to deal with Carter's deal next year. If that guy goes out and becomes a first-team All-Pro and outplays Jeffrey Simmons next year, you're talking about a guy getting close to $40 million. And then if Hurts goes to the Super Bowl and the team has a 24 season, dude, are you really okay? So look, you got $100 million in 2 guys, and then with Cooper and Q, you're talking about another 65. That's a lot of cash, man, on 4 football players. You're losing your team and signing those guys. I'd rather have a great roster instead of 4 guys that are great. This is another thing. Is AJ's contract still on the books until 28? Yeah, they are. Let me look at the exact numbers. Okay. How much money over the next couple of years? How much money? How much cap hits is AJ Brown? How much cap hits is AJ Brown over the next 3 years? So 2026, the cap hit is 7 million. 27 is I'm for the Eagles. My bad. Dead cap charge 26, $21.8 million is on post June 1. 27, dead cap, 27.1. 28, 0. The next 2 years, you got $40-some million involved in the dead cap. You're going to be paying for A.J. Brown being on the Patriots over the next 2 years, some pretty significant money. We need to find a balance in space. We have to spread it around on offense and defense. I'd rather the hardworking players than the superstars. What do they get? I agree. I agree with that. Supposedly a Jomo could be $20 to $22 million. Oh, absolutely. A Jomo's gone, dude. Forrest. A Jomo's gone if Carter plays well. Here's the market value for Moro Ojomo in 2027. Moro Ojomo is expected to be one of the most sought-after interior linemen in the 27 free agent period. Contract expectations. Moro Ojomo's widely as a hidden gem following breakout performances where he recorded significant sacks and pressures. The Milton Williams blueprint. Ojomo's trajectory is what former Eagle D lineman Milton Williams got with a staggering 4-year, $104 million, which sets a high-end financial baseline for Moro Ojomo. Moro Ojomo is going to sign nearly what Milton Williams signed for, 26, 27. He's actually in line to potentially sign for more money than Jordan Davis signed for. Think about that. He may get more money than what Milton Williams got in New England. I think Howie sees Carter as odd man out when it comes to Carter, Q, and Cooper. I think that's why he signed Davis, so he isn't replacing two defensive tackles. Hold on here. Hold up, Sills. You sit here and criticize us for letting players walk. I'm letting the big money guy walk and not 7 players. So get this. Here's my problem with the Eagles. So you're going to sign Jalen Carter to a contract. Okay? You're going to let Moro Ojomo go in the process. So you would have let loose in the last 3 years Jalen Phillips, A.J. Brown, DeAndre Swift, Isaiah Rodgers, Nakobe Dean, Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Reed Blankenship, and Moro Ojomo to keep Carter, Davis, Q, and Cooper. So, once again, where are you getting that money from? You're still knee-deep in contracts on offense. Both of your tackles are making over $28 million. You got a left guard that's making 20. You got a running back that's making 20. You got a quarterback that's going to make $65 million potentially. Where are you getting the money from? So you're going to switch your money from the offensive side to the defensive side, giving Jalen Hurts less talent. Is that right? Okay. Well, so far you haven't replaced your O-line yet. You guys keep telling me you've replaced. Well, we're looking to replace Lane Johnson. Well, shit, dude. In the next couple of years, you got to replace Landon Dickerson as well. You got Landon Dickerson to replace and Lane Johnson now. That's 2 extra dudes. You're not just replacing Lane. Lane's replacement. You're replacing Landon too. Okay? Lane comes off the books, and so does probably Landon. Okay? Who are you replacing him with? Draft picks? And according to you guys, you're going to be picking, because you're the Super Bowl champions, 30th. So you think you're finding an offensive tackle? You guys remember where Lane was picked, right? He was 3rd or 4th overall. Is that right? If Howie lets JC walk, I think having the draft capital that we have in the coming years gives him comfort in letting him walk. If JC performs, he's the next Cox for us, Fletcher Cox. And we'll be drafting O-line and defensive line at 30th. Okay. I understand your point, but Howie has done enough in bank faith. The dude figures it out. Okay. All right. I think you're right. Listen, I do think he gets the equity. I do. I agree with you. Seals, Eagle fans have more money issues than they think. Yeah, they do, because they have the void years, but that's restructuring. Hollywood, that comes back to restructuring. So, yes. Okay. Gotcha, big guy. Let's see here. Replacing will be harder than spending the money. The money's hard, but you're right. Replacing Lane. Okay? Says the 49ers couldn't keep 2 tackles between Armstead and Buckner. The money doesn't add up. Yeah, it doesn't add up. That's correct. That's right. That once again, Hollywood, that's what made the Patriots so good, is because they had a balanced salary cap. That's what Kansas City's doing. If you don't have a balanced the Eagles don't have a balanced cap. All their money is look, you get the highest paid offense and the lowest paid defense. That's not a balanced salary cap. Even replacing Steen, they can't figure it out. Becton was a gift. Stoutland got right. Every team tries to find 2 positions that they can keep cheap talent. Cowboys went 15 years without paying a safety and linebacker, and it shows up with communication and blown coverages. It's a great take. That's why you're not connected. That's right. Having a real strong safety back there that knows what the hell he's doing. And that's correct. And having a linebacker that could deal with the front 7 is exactly right. So long as the cap keeps going. Yeah, but here's one thing, Vic. The cap's going up 18%. Okay? And it's going up 18%. You're talking about enormous salaries here. You're talking about 60 plus million if the quarterback pans out. 40 million on a D tackle. You're talking about paying high-end money and market-setting money at every position now. Like market-setting quarterback, market-setting safety, market-setting corner, market-setting DT. You're not talking about just paying a guy. You're talking about giving these guys excessive money. Not just paying a guy $26 million and calling it a day like Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips, in a way, is a steal at 30. I mean, $30 million bucks. I mean, for an edge, that's kind of standard. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Krause killed the guy. I get what you're saying, but the economics are economics. How he found a bit of a cheat code until it changes. He's talking about, obviously, the void years. Absolutely, man. Hey, Joe was Joe's idea, actually. Joe was the guy. He's like, hey, why don't you shut this guy up? And I'll say, you know what? All right. Why not? He's probably very upset right now with us. But that's a good thing that you do with us, man. Hey, we're looking just to put a good show on. We're not looking to be assholes here. Hey, by the way, go America tonight versus Bosnia. Hertzkovina. Is that right? All right. Guys, I appreciate you. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. We will see you tomorrow, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
are getting a divorce? Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
Had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
Bathroom? Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh.